Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my goodness, this is a very shaky start to this broadcast. I'm sorry, guys, but Twitch threw me a curveball, and I couldn't help but swing at it. All right. So I'm pretty sure there's one of two things going on with the whole quality settings shenanigans. One, it could have been my quality settings were low enough, like my bitrate and everything was low enough that it put me into a bracket where you could have quality settings. Maybe, doubt that. Two, well, it could have been three things. Two, it's because I'm joined Finn's Twitch group. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. Three, there's just some sort of glitch in the matrix and I had quality settings. I'm pretty sure it was three. But I'm not really sure what's going on. Anyway, I think we have everything set up properly now. It looks like it looks like OBS is doing what I want to do now, which should be good. 30 FPS, 1080p, 2000 kbs bitrate. Okay, I think we're good. Is it recording locally? Yes. Okay. All right, we're good. We're good on all that department. Excellent. Well, guys, we just spent, I think, 15 minutes, 20 minutes doing fuck all, so let's try to do something productive with this time. So, hooray! How's it going, guys? How's everyone doing on their lovely Saturday evenings and / afternoons? I'm doing okay. Just doing a final little bit of setup here. And let me get going. Oh! Yeah, you guys don't need to hear that, do you? Yeah. If you were hearing a fan, it is now shut off, so there you go. Sorry about that. I was experimenting, hanging around my PC with a HEPA-filtered fan right next to me for my allergies, and it doesn't really do anything, so... Sorry about that. Where does it show the Windows snap? There you go. Tell out to 1080p 60 frame streamers. Well, the thing is they jack up their bitrate, so very few people can actually watch their streams without issue. I'd say maybe about a third of the people that actually browse Twitch should be able to watch it without issue. Maybe a little bit higher than that, but it's my rough guess. What I actually need is a hazmat suit. No, I'm pretty sure if I just put on like a half face that would work. You don't need much, just for what you're breathing in. Although, yeah, there's also this shit going into my eyes. Anyway, so hey, yeah, streaming. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? I've been playing around. I don't, how many people here have seen Ferocious 5, Big Micro's latest video, PvP highlight video? Pretty inspirational stuff. I've been flying around with a lot of Micro's fittings lately, and I've been enjoying the crap out of it. When I do get fights. When I don't get fights, it sucks. And when I run into gangs I can't fight, it sucks. Pretty much, running around low-sec in Black Rise, the past 2 times I've tried to take out a, nano gank battleship has not really gone that well. Mostly running into T3 destroyers or T3 destroyer gangs, and a lot of running away in MGD when I have an MGD, or just a lot of running away and docking up, etc. So I think I might run into something smaller for a bit, try to just get away from that mindset for a little bit, maybe do a little bit of that later. Or I can, just run around on Tempest. because I have it shown and I'm teasing you guys with the Tempest. I could do the Tempest. We could do the Tempest. Unfortunately, I lost all my settings for doing IS Boxer, so I could just run without my alt being seen, maybe, and just do some nano battleship stuff. I think that'd be fun. Let's do that. I don't mind doing that right now. I think that'd be fun. Although it's going to be a little bit hectic managing the clients, but I think we'll manage. You found a piglet gift too? Oh jeez. Macho, what have you done? Is that a pig? Oh my god. That thing's gorgeous. Look at that little hop. It's amazing. I wonder how large it is in GIF form. Video. It's probably like super big, isn't it? Save images. That's the problem with these videos, is that they're saved in a video format because it's a lot more effectively compressed. When you try to get in a GIF, GIFs are not very good for that. Yeah, 27 megabytes. That's some serious GIF action. Oobly, that's awesome too. Alright. Hey Nuke, how's it going, man? Mira put out a tweet recently that I found very funny related to yourself. Wake up in the morning feeling like New Cave. I'm wondering, what does everyone think that means? What does waking up in the morning feeling like New Cave mean? I'm thinking like some kind of crazy mystical PvP badass. Alright, so let me... One problem I'm going to have is where I'm going to put chat. Where am I going to put chat? I think I can do this, and then do this. And then do this. And scroll down. Okay, and then I can... Can I see chat that way? Not really. What happens if I do this? Oh. Here we go. Okay, that should be good enough. I think I'm just gonna have a really hard time following chat for a bit. I'm gonna put chat all the way over there. Alright, so like I said, I've been watching a lot. I watched Miker's most recent PvP video, and I was heavily inspired by it, so I've been running around in kind of Miker style fittings. This one's a fairly cheap version of that. I've yet to lose it though, so we're going to try to lose it right now. So, pretty much as per usual with battleships in the current metagame, they have a very difficult time, and this is compounded by the presence of the new T3 destroyer, which kind of combined the survivability of an assault ship into a platform that puts out cruiser level damage output. So pretty rough to try to run around a battleship in this metagame. Still pretty fun to try to do, though. I don't know how well I'm going to do in this kind of impromptu dual box setup, but should do okay. Yeah, it's in the late afternoon for me, kind of early evening. You've watched my Pappy Boy. I've watched your stream from different three different continents. I don't know whether to feel proud or ashamed. Well, you can fly. Oh, how do I phrase this? I don't think there's any good way to phrase it. I think it's safe to say that no matter where you fly, you're still going to be a nerd. So you're still going to be watching Twitch.tv. So, hey, glad to have you, man. Glad to have you. Ishkur fits. It's a very rare ship to see in this metagame. I like the Ishkur for duo stuff. So let me see if I have one of those saved. I don't think I have any other kind of iteration saved that isn't horribly old. Yeah, so this is a duo fit that I have saved. So the idea of this Ishkur is close range. One person has a scrambler, the other person has a web of fire. Really heavy active armor tank with a little bit of RR. So the person that's not getting primary will remote cast armor to the person that is getting primaried. You put on scrambler and web of fire depending on your targets. So you could say scramble one target, web of fire another target, or scram web a single target, that sort of thing. It's a very fun, exciting duo style of play, but I don't... What do you mean I can't mix drones? Okay. It's a very exciting way to fly that ship, but it does require you to have another buddy. Otherwise, the Ishkur is a pretty rare ship to see in the metagame. As far as drone frigates goes, it's probably the weakest, despite being an assault ship in comparison to the Tristan. Tristan just really has cost, efficiency on its side. You get a lot of bang for the buck. And then you look at, say, the Worm. The Worm's a real powerful ship, and the Ishkur lacks a lot of the drone bonuses that makes other drone frigates very powerful. And then you also have the drone destroyers, which pretty much outdo the Ishkur in most respects. But for that duo kind of fitting, if you have another buddy you can run around with, I think that works really well. It would take me about 45 to 60 minutes to watch you from 3 different countries. Well, I mean, going to different states in the United States is almost like being in a different country, right, guys? Right? Am I right? I can do that, kind of. I have to jump in a plane. Alright. So anyway, back to this Tempest. So, this Tempest, the Tempest is kind of interesting if you're looking at the results from the battleship tier side. There you have 3 different types of battleship. You have an electronic, like E-War battleship. The only form of that currently in existence is Scorpion. Then you have combat battleships and attack battleships. So for really looking at battleships and how they're tweaked, you have to kind of look at that base comparison of attack versus combat. So attack BS have less HP, but they move faster. Combat battleships have more HP, but they move slower. They're slower to warp, and they're slower to have less agility and have less speed. The Tempest is kind of an interesting place in that even though it's a combat battleship, they allowed it to maintain attack battleship level agility and speed. So it's kind of an interesting spot. What kind of doesn't make the problems that the Tempest have, despite this advantage of kind of having the best of both worlds for speed and HP, is it's pretty much its bonuses. Not so much its slot layout, but its bonuses. Its slot layout is weak in both its strength and weakness. So it has 2 utility high slots, so it doesn't put out a lot of damage output. It has 5 mid slots and 6 low slots, so it can't tank very well for either shield or armor. But if you tank it for armor, you can get a fair amount of utility in comparison to what you see out of most battleships. Frankly, despite that, you could say disadvantage for the number of guns and the fitting, where you're going to have a hard time, say, shield or armor tanking, I feel the greatest problem with this ship is the bonuses. It has a double damage bonus. If you look at a ship that has this number of turrets, which I believe the only other battleship like this is the Hyperion. The Hyperion has a double damage bonus, and then a repair amount bonus. It effectively has 3 bonuses where the Tempest has 2. which is really, really crappy. The Tempest really needs kind of like that 3 bonuses to make it work in the current metagame. So what I'm doing with this ship is I'm utilizing that extra mid slot to pretty much great effect. It pretty much means that I have a lot extra mobility comparison to, say, 4-slot battleships in the form of the MJD for kiting stuff, which is pretty big. It's very easy to get caught as a battleship by interceptors that are long pointing you. So an MJD affords you ability to either offensively or defensively move around grid while forcing people to scramble me. I'm using those utility high slots to great effect in the form of energy neutralizers. One of the best reasons to fly a battleship is having a heavy newt. The basic range is about 25 kilometers, and they will cap out a frigate instantly. And I also have a medium newt for things that get closer that will keep a frigates or destroyers or cruisers capped down much more effectively than a single heavy newt. And then the kind of taking on Micro's philosophy of battleships right now, really light active tank that synergizes well with gang links, plus a lot of damage and application modules. So I have 2 gyros and a TE. I'm also, I believe, using a Tech 2 damage rig just to pump up the damage a little bit, given that I have a little bit extra power grid to work with. So I am gang linked right now. This is not a ship that would work well at all without gang links. I don't recommend it whatsoever. But if you have the investment to put into the ship, both in the form of implants and for off-grid boosting, this Tempest can do okay by itself. I think it would really shine in a gang, or these style of fittings would really shine in a gang. But they can get by okay for solo stuff. So primarily what I'm looking to engage in this ship are cruisers, battleships. What I don't want to see ever are T3 destroyers, lots of frigates, turret E-War, tracking disruptors. E-War in general is going to give the alone battleships a lot of trouble, but it's kind of the same for any other ship. Yeah, we have the number 1 bonus is flying a Tempest, which is probably the prettiest ship in the game, and has a spinny bit, which we know is really the source of all its power. It's the spinny bit. I'm scared of frigates with 2 heavy newts? Absolutely. Because frigates don't tend to fly alone. If I get a frigate scrambling me, that means I'm no longer mobile, and I'm going to have a very hard time tracking it. So even if I have a frigate neuted out, and since I have a heavy medium newt combination, I'm actually more effective than 2 heavy newts. They can still out-track me quite effectively by orbiting me, especially if they have the afterburner. If they have a NOS, they can pretty easily keep a scrambler and a prop mod going. And it's not so much about a single frigate. It's that frigates don't really fly alone. You're going to have an associated gang with them. That's the real issue with flying around in a battleship. Even if you have like the utility to deal with a frigate, or maybe a couple of frigates, they don't tend to fly around in low numbers. You tend to see gangs of at least 5 to 10 people. Does the Tempest have better scan res than other battleships? I believe it has a slight advantage in scan res. I believe you're correct. I believe if you're compared to scan res of this ship versus several other battleships, you'd see an advantage. It's a very small advantage, but it is an advantage. I think you're correct. There might be some cool stuff going on in the system. I see a booster for Sea Junkies in here. I think he's been doing a fair amount of T3 stuff. 3/3 destroyer stuff, which doesn't present me with a good target, but maybe there's some other targets I can take on. And it seems like this Jolly Hope guy is also boosting. Even though I don't see any boost effects coming off him. That might be the client I'm running though. Oh, he's boosting, okay. So let's just add him to my notes really quick. I'm gonna assume for this guy, it seems like a good enough assumption to me. Is there going to be PvP here? I hope so. That's what we're looking for. Whether it's what I want or not is something else entirely. But kind of going back to what I'm looking for in my ideal situations for this ship. My ideal engagements probably are not going to be found in low sec. The low sec meta really veers towards frigates, as we see here on scan. There's also a crucifier here. I'm pretty much going to have to move on from here. Double succubus is also a big problem. What I'm really looking for, I think, is to be found in low sec. Low sec's probably the number one place to find what I want. Okay, it looks like that. See, this is where I'm kind of mad about my choices for showing stuff. So everyone in here is together. Looks like they're all in this flex point place. You're probably seeing local bounce down a lot. Yeah. Just about had to have about half of them leave. Gila, Curse, Orthrus, Tengu for Lynx. A bunch of other stuff. Alright, we're not going to go that direction. We're going to go in a different direction. But yeah, I don't think low sec's really the place to go for a PP Tempest fit this way. I think it's more null sec would be the way to go. There's quite you'll see a lot of frigates in null sec, but I think you see a lot more bigger ships, like cruiser size stuff in null sec. Also, for this style of ship, I think sentries don't aid it as much as say a brawly battleship, so it's less of a sacrifice to go into nullsec, which is neat. I think that's all pos jumps. Let's move on. I did check briefly on the map for ships destroyed in the last hour, and Ammok looked really good for that. We're not really seeing that. One thing I probably really want to get going for myself right now is a drop booster, so since I forgot to do that, let's pick one up really quick. And hope to God we don't get some really significant penalties for it. Punch, it depends. It really depends on where you go. And I think more to the point, it depends on if you have your stream running live or not. I think there's quite a few regions in nullsec where you don't necessarily run into the whole Sino issues and blopsing or Titan bridging issues. I think a pretty good representation of what you see. You can see that in Predator 666's stream. Modern Inferno goes out into nullsec quite a bit. And mostly what both of those guys do is harass ratters and then response fleets from ratters. Alright, let's hope we get a good roll. Turret fall off is awful. That's terribly bad. But it's what I got. Like, that just probably shaved off, 15% of my fall off, which probably cuts my fall off down to about 30 km on my 800s. 29. My engagement range for the Tempest, it's not near as far out as I'd like. It's kind of similar to null ranges on a blaster boat. I'm looking to pretty much do damage around 20 km, so fortunately that fall penalty, I'm still going to be hitting pretty hard at 20, but that hurts a lot. Okay, it doesn't look like anyone's camping the high set gate in Mox, so we're just going to move on. Cat give rate, it's also covering local. Let's fix that. Yeah, Woobly's been doing great with gifts. The problem I tend to have with Woobly gifts is that they tend to be very tall, yeah. And they don't work very well in game. No fault of Woobly's. This is how it tends to go with the gift seedlings. I like to have my gifts behind my D scanner. Okay, I have some people exchanging good fights in Egmar, and there's about 18 in local, so I'm kind of hopeful for getting a fight in there. Another big problem with running around in a battleship or even a battlecruiser in low sec, specifically FAC War low sec, is most people are going to be fighting in plexes. Novice, small, mediums. You don't really see a lot of combat going on in large plexes. So where I'm likely to get the majority of my combat is on the rare occasion where people are fighting on the outside of a plex. Oh wow, rattler. Or at gates. And when I'm fighting on gates, it's probably against a gate camp. And this ship is not necessarily going to perform well against a gate camp. Most gate camps are going to have logistics. However, in the next system, I think... Am I fighting Finn in there? Oh, there's a ship that looks like Finn's, one of Finn's named ships. In the next system, we have a Cyclone Stratius, Seapool, and a Slicer on scan, which kind of looks cool. Looks like fun. I don't like the Seapool, and that probably is going to be my downfall, but I'll give that a go. It's probably the best I'm going to see in Mosaic. Yeah, this is. I really wish I was running Iceboxer so I could show you my scouting results. Let's see, where is this stuff? Let me scan some things really quick with my alt. And with my luck, it's all going to be at a POS. Yeah, not a single ship is at... a site. Looks like people are spread out. You think you can put this one up, Sard? Okay, what's this one? Don't pounce into the window, cat. Don't do it. Okay, yeah, I can definitely put that one up. So both those guys I scanned at planets. So planets with stations anyway. So yeah, there's the Stratios. That's the same one. There's the Seapool again. And there's the Cyclone. Okay. So we'll stick around here for a moment and see if anything comes. Typhoon. Wow, there's a lot of bigger ships undocking here in Igmar. What, is Tuskers here? Why in God's name do I not have standing set to Tuskers? Very weird. Typhoon's off scan. Sequel's off scan. Stratius on. Alright, I guess we're not going to get the fight that we wanted here. People are just dropping off scan. Cyclone looks like it moved. Yeah, everything's... okay. I wonder if all that stuff's together. Warping to sun at range is a trait I share with Sard. I think it's a trait we share with the majority of players in EVE. It's like the one... it's one of the few Celestials you're going to have in every system is the sun. Oh, Carries, eek. Carries is pretty nasty. It's one of those ships that can knock me out of a fight quite effectively. Okay, so it looks like these guys are heading into Gulm, which is neat. Interesting. He's moving very fast for a battleship. That's kind of ridiculously fast for a battleship. On the other side we have some stuff I don't really want. Oh, it's that gang I saw from earlier. Okay. And he jumps, okay. And it looks like Sea Junkies is going to be a pain in the ass for the next probably 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how long I survive. Which is neat. Okay. So it does seem like, I don't know if that gang is following me on stream, but they decided to turn around from Hula and head this direction, which is a pretty smart direction to go if you're just roaming around and Hula doesn't give you anything. Let's see if we go the opposite direction if those guys chase. I'm kind of worried about that. They're in a pretty good skirmishing comp that's going to neuter my ability to do anything unless I can kill the curse quickly. This Typhoon is just doing his thing around me with a lot of pounces, so evidently he's a local. Don't really recognize the dudes he's been with. Alright, we're gonna go towards our original destination of Hula now. So I was kind of hoping with that curse when I engaged him that he was out of jump range. He would have been able to just MWD back to the gate, but sometimes people make mistakes. But it does mean that now, for the next 3 minutes, he's going to be able to shoot me without sentries. Yeah. So I can get past C-Junkie's okay. It's not that big of a deal. I can MJD, but for now he's not going to have links. Let's see if he comes back into his link range. Yeah, he's holding pretty good range. So we're at the MJD away from the Junkies, and he's just going to stream snipe us and follow us wherever we go. Which is annoying. There's the link alt for that gang I saw earlier. So they're going to be coming in shortly. So if Junkies was really paying attention, he'd look for the MJD effect, but he's not. So you'd also notice there with the MJD, modules that are cycling onto you, even if they have a range that you exceed once you finish your MJD cycle, they will continue their current cycle until they're complete. So you can have potentially someone scrambling you, or sorry, warp disrupting you, etc. for like the full cycle if it just began its cycle and you MJD'd. So this is pretty rough with the carries. So with the double damps, I'm assuming double damps that C-Junkies is rocking. I'm gonna have a very tough time dealing with him. There's the carries on scan again. I'm hoping that's the same station. It looks like it. So in somewhat typical Eve fashion, I have someone that's presenting me with a problem I can't deal with my current fittings, so I'm going to try to refit for it. What I'm going to run into as an issue is, if I fit a sensor booster, looks like these guys that were in that cruiser gang are following in the same direction. Dropping a web of fire for a sensor booster is a very poor decision to make when you have a whole bunch of cruisers and stuff. You want to hold down with your web of fire to apply well. We'll see how far C-Junkies decides to chase me. Hopefully right with the sensor booster I'll have enough scan res to actually deal with him or more effectively deal with him. Let's see. I know these things heat now, which is pretty cool. What is the 69%? It's not a lot. What is that normally? Yeah, it's not a huge benefit. Okay, I'm not seeing the majority of the duders that were chasing me with that link alt. Ooh. Wonder how many might be jumping into an issue here. Yeah, see, this is where the lack of Web of Fire is going to be really, really, really big deal. Evidently, it helped a lot. I wonder if Tress is going to be helping out here at the Celestis. That'd be pretty sweet. So I'm pretty sure this is Sea Junkie's link alt. Yeah, here they come. So Damon from the Dark decided to join up as well. Sea Junkie's finally joined up in local. So we do have quite a few people on the other side of this gate, which may present us with a... no, they're on the high side gate now. Oops. See, this is something I find really curious. So all he's doing right now is burning out to like 50 km and trying to be a cunt. She's doing him admirably. The question is he actually going to do anything with it? I was kind of hoping he's going to go in the same direction. Just as I got lock. So this is another huge problem with battleships, is their inability to lock things in a timely fashion. Full 10 seconds to lock with a invading scepter. Just say it's a little bit frustrating as an NLBS pilot. It's not so much your piloting error, it's how long it takes for your ship to actually accomplish the lock. Looks like the Confessor may be going for the Crow, which would be pretty sweet. And now 2 Confessors on grid, which is a little bit problematic. I'm going to go for this Vexor. I hate that so much! You cycle for heat, it doesn't give you heat. Ridiculously frustrating. I'm far out of sentry range right now. Something to be notable of. Yeah, this is just a ship that's really ill suited for the fight it's in right now. This is it's a bad engagement for me. And the Crow with Lynx is going fast enough where he just blows right out of my attacker range, despite the heavy newt that I'm getting onto him. That's Demon down. Alright, so I'm incredibly vulnerable to carries right now, even though Sea Junkies is hell far away. I think I'm gonna swap from this freaking Seabo. It's not doing me much good. Allows me to actually force away the carries and the Crow from Kildu and Sea Junks, but for this greater fight that's going on, I'm not really doing anything. I'm not agile enough, I'm not going fast enough. Really frustrating. I have the fall off for it, but it's the tracking. Like, for example, a lot of the dudes that were close to me, relatively close to me, were confessors, and you just can't track A being confessors. There's absolutely no reason to fire at them unless you have them heavily neuted out and you're matching trans. And without a web of fire, I just don't really have the ability to be competitive. There's just like pretty much the anti-ship to a battleship, the type of battleship I'm flying. I didn't realize I went through that many 800s. Yeah, anti-support anything. I mean, that's really where the metagame's right now. Is just run with an anti-support ship and you should have a good time. Unfortunately, unlike say a Nightmare or Megathron, blaster boat that can dedicate a couple of low slots to tracking enhancers, the Tempest does not project as well. So, for example, I've been running around in a kind of a nano mega, I guess you can call it. This thing projects about twice as good as a Tempest, the one I'm flying around in, and it does pretty good damage output when it does it. Just the big problem with it is it doesn't have the MJD for getting away from ships. Also, that Megathron has a tracking bonus, which the Tempest lacks. Doesn't mean I'm gonna stop trying to get anything done here, but every target on grid here is a target I don't really have the ability to fight. Yeah, it looks like Tress just go down. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The Meath guys just farming the locals. Like, the only thing that really can compete with these guys is the Omen Navy here. Let's see if I can help out the Omen Navy. Hopefully it's a plated Omen Navy, otherwise non-plated is going to have a hard time with beam festers. Looks like I'm going to guess that's a beam slicer as well. Omen's still burning. Sea Junkie's coming back in, so I'm probably going to see some dance relatively shortly. Yeah, 1.6 is just way too slow for this battle. Okay, well he's out, that means I'm out. Let's see if we can warp here. Yep. Just warp. Nice. Good alignment. All I really wanted to do is kind of help out the Rifterlings as they were trying to help out me. Another ONI. Alright, well, let's head kind of the direction we were going before. Let's head back towards Agmar. Hope, just cross our fingers for not seeing something, gangs that are dominated by T3 destroyers and anti-support cruisers. I can deal with anti-support cruisers. The problem is they tend to be mobile enough where if I don't get some pretty immediate heavy newt cycles onto them, they're just going to start pecking away at 40 km plus. Another thing that Miker turned me on to, I knew about, but him saying it and reinforcing it really makes me think I should start doing it, is running around the Fed web whenever I'm doing a battleship like this. Given that you project out to like that 20 km range that you get with gang links, the Fed web is just so critical at actually being able to doing shit to people. If you have frigates running you down, it gives you some really precious time to actually get a little bit lowered velocity on them. Allows you to apply out in a much better range. So 60 million is tax onto your ship, but it's probably one of the strongest faction mods in the game relative to its cost. I mean, if it really comes down to it, can I just shoot someone with autocannons and hope for wrecking? Yeah. I don't see the point of doing that. It's a it's like I think a 1% chance of that happening across each of your guns. Yeah, Sea Junk's chasing as well. Yeah, I might drop off the Tempest shortly here and grab something that's anti-support or frigate, just so I can deal with the sniping. I don't know how much fun I can get with a interceptor and carries following me. That was a pretty cool brawl. I just wasn't really a part of that fight. Which sucks. What's really going on, Nalmok? Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna turn around right now and head over to reship. We're gonna get in a frigate or something. Might go to a different war zone. An Omen Navy issue? It might happen, Pulsar. It's not a bad solo ship. Well, that's a lot of bursts. Whoa, what is this gang in here? Oh, it's owned by Amari, okay. That doesn't say much. These dudes? No. I doubt it's already disbanded. Maybe it is. Maybe they're running a Tristan burst gang. Yeah, it looks to be. Oh, yep. Definitely looks to be that way. Mr. Hyde, what about Mr. Hyde? I play like? Is white supposed to be like Mr. Hyde? Yeah, once I get my alt into high sec, I'm gonna log them off so I can just pay a little bit more attention to chat for you guys. We'll probably be downshipping to a cruiser or a battle cruiser. I don't really want to get into something really small right now. Probably a cruiser so I can get into medium outposts. Alright. Alt is in high sec. Let's put him on autopilots. Now I can read you guys. Yay. Ishtar, man, it's been a while since I've flown Ishtar. That's pretty true, Faction Cool. It's very true. I don't think I have any fit up anymore. I'm pretty sure I lost all my fitted up Ishtars. I can't remember what cruisers I actually have ready to go right now. I know I have a couple of hacks in the hangar that I could fit up. Can a hack enter a medium flex? Yep, all Tech 2 cruisers and below can enter into medium outpost. The only thing that can't enter into medium outpost cruiser-wise is Tech 3 cruiser. Battle cruisers and up cannot enter into medium outposts. So when you're running around a FAC war, cruisers are probably the absolute maximum you want to really be zooming around in, just because of the ability to go into outposts. You can still go into mediums, and you still have quite a bit of combat going on in medium outposts. What's the bolt icon timer for? The bolt, the electrical bolt, is for drugs. So I popped a drop booster, which has a huge improvement to your tracking bonus, but an 8 and turret fall off penalty, which is a very serious issue for a Minotaur ship. Are Moonin any good? I'm gonna go with no. They're not all that decent for cruisers. Believe they still only have 3 mids. I might be wrong there, but they're not all that popular these days. Yeah, they only have 3 mids, which back in the day wasn't a big problem, but they saw usage as kind of a mid-range hack using artillery. They have a tracking bonus. They have an ultimate range bonus. I believe it's an ultimate range. Yeah. So they do decently with artillery, but it's a very niche role for the Moonin. In just about any other application, brawling, etc., it's not a very ideal boat. It's a logistical nightmare, Tress. I love you, dude. I appreciate the attempt at support. That was actually kind of a cool fight. Just kind of like I was saying earlier, I didn't play much of a part in it, which sucks. It's a logistical nightmare. Oh, goodness. That's good. I just picked up a nightmare, actually. I'm going to try to get some PP highlight footage for it. Or with it, I should say. Ship was insured. Already replaced. Just wanted to fight, didn't care for the ship. Yep. Mad Bomber, I think Hyde and I's greatest appeal is that we fly in big ships that don't really work in the meta. That aren't ideal for the meta. It's our big attraction. It's our big pitch that we are able to sell to people that watch. Yeah, I love... let me just put it out here. I love Hyde. I'm so happy that he started streaming. Here's a question for you guys. How often is Hyde streaming these days? I don't see him too often, but I think he's in this really wacky time zone. I think he's European, but I think he lives in the States, and he streams super late for me, which is crazy. I don't know where he lives. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he lived in South Africa. It'd make a lot more sense. Because I think he has that kind of accent. And that would explain the time zone. Oh, Faction Cool. Yeah, the Moonin, it's decent for mid-range PvP in a gang. So mid-range hacks, kind of like a Pulse Zealot, Beam Zealots, Artillery Moonins. They can work pretty well in decent sized, medium sized gangs, but not so much for solo, or not even really solo for a small gang. They're not very highly valued for that. So he's in Washington, but he streams at super late. He streams at 2 a.m. his time. Is when I normally see him live. Okay. He has this really wacky time zone that he streams in. Well, not time zone, time slot. You haven't seen him online? Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while either. I don't know if anyone wants to link Mr. Hyde's stream. Mr. Hyde, he's another solo streamer. He does primarily solo stuff. He does a lot of battle cruiser, a lot of active tanked combat, very similar to what I do. We are very similar in our approach to the game, what we want out of the game. Yeah, what was it Black Legion, I believe, BL? Yeah, they were the guys that used Moonins and pretty much skewed the statistics for Moonins, so CCP decided to not do much with them when the hack rebalances came. So, kind of similar to the Zealot, the Moonin got left behind in the balancing. So, it's a very relatively underpowered ship for what it delivers in the current meta. Yeah, thank you, Vitronics. And Lasers and Magic. Yeah, so Mr. Hyde, very similar stream to my own. If you guys just want to really quickly give him a follow if you haven't heard of him before. Yeah, then the Tengu happened. Yep. The sniper can't be probed. Interdiction molten nullified Tengu. They have a ridiculous ship. Hey, Carter, how's it going, man? Hey, we're shooting that guy. It looks like just one legion. It's augmented hammerheads. Oh dear. That guy is pretty far out of dock range. So I think it was yesterday. CO4 did a polarized Dramiel gang. And they died very poorly, but it got me to looking at the Vindicator. I think a couple of dudes like in a trade hub with polarized whole tank Vindicators would be kind of ridiculous. Like 3 of them would do overheat 7.5k DPS to erase a lot of the station gamers, even under reps, very quickly. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Alright, so we are finally back to our hangar. Let's do Brutix. I mean, is Brutix really all that great? No. But I think I'm going to do Brutix. Otherwise, I think it's going to just be a frigate for what I actually have saved up here. I could do a Vagabond. Vagabond would be fun. I don't know how well Vagabond would really perform against T3 destroyers. Probably not all that well. And that's really the main competition. So I have to, everything I look at, I have to gauge it against a T3 destroyer. If I can't deal with that, then it's just the fitting I can't use. Let's see here. Well, if I fit my normal Vagabond fit with a medium newt, I lose a fair bit of DPS, but it gives me the ability to have a heavy newt, medium newt, which is pretty effective against tier 3s. Then again, if I'm going up against like a Sequel or a Confessor that is fitting a NOS, it completely undoes the effect of that newt. I don't like T3 destroyers, pretty much for that reason that they're like really popular in the metagame. I don't really particularly enjoy that style of gameplay. Another issue with them is that to really get a fight, you have to. It's really just player preference. I don't really enjoy the ship. I don't think I really have a good excuse for reasons why not to use it. I probably could get a number of fights with them. I just don't really want to fly them. I might do the ship. I might do the Vagabond. Vagabond. Should I do the Vagabond? No, they're changing them on the 25th, Theory. I think I'll do a Vaga. Let's do a Vaga. I haven't flown a Vaga in a really long time. I'm tempted to see what the Vaga's going to do with the medium nuke. I'll have to do an IFFA, never mind. Really? What's the issue here? Oh, I do 4 years, okay. Let's pick some drugs up in... It's a little bug on that EMP. I'm going to pick some drugs in Hades when I go over there. We'll call that good. Yeah, Vagabond's really fun shit. It's something you don't really see at all, ever, in the current metagame. It kind of had its Call to Glory lately, right before they did a rebalancing for hacks. Pretty much when you had a bunch of people running around in battleships and battlecruisers still ratting a nullsec. Who's the guy that made it really popular? God, he's a buddy of Rise. I forgot the name of the dude. Kavorks. Kavorks did a Vagabond fitting with a dual prop, I believe a Scrambler and an XL shield booster. And the thing was a beast. But what made it a beast is the fact that it still had a lot of maneuverability, and it can get under the guns of bigger ships and get under the guns of medium turrets, as long as the ship didn't have a web. In the current metagame, I don't think having dual prop on the Vagabond is the way to go. I don't really like it at all. I prefer to go single prop and then fitted webfire, which I think it makes it a bit better for anti-support stuff. And what I just did to my old fitting, I normally do a small newt on this ship. That was before T3 destroyers came out, so the idea of the medium newt is I put more cap pressure onto the destroyer, hopefully cut out a tank, hopefully cut off the afterburner, and maybe actually have the ability to track something. Against a singular T3 destroyer, this might work. Against multiples, it will not work. I will die. I will die very quickly. But I know this ship can do very well against frigates, non-T3 destroyers, Tech 2 destroyers, and smaller. I know it does very well against that kind of stuff. I'm going to have a fair bit less damage output than my normal Vagabond fitting, because I had to put a Tech 2 ACR for the medium newt. Normally I have a Tech 2 burst rig on there, which pumps up the DPS quite a fair bit. But I don't know, I think this is kind of trying to counter the meta, and we'll see if it helps out at all. Coachella? Who's Coachella? What's Coachella, Credson? Yeah, Fat Kid's like, I would take this into frigate gangs. Like, afterburner fit frigate gangs of like 4 to 5 dudes, depending on really what they had. If they had too much DPS, I'd be in trouble. And I would track just fine, and I'd rip people up. And you have quite a bit of tank. You have more than enough active tank to repair against a couple of frigates like that. So pretty much by the time you've blown through 2 to 3 frigates, you've scared off other frigates enough, hopefully, that you can survive a reload. One thing about this ship that some people will say about it, when they're seeing it get down to the wire and the ASP is about to go on a reload, it's like, oh, try to wait until your cap gets up to enough to give it a boost without reloading. The problem with this, guy, is when you have no charges loaded, the amount of cap it takes is like 95 to 96% of my cap. It's very difficult to get that amount of cap. So pretty much once I blow my load of ASP charges, it's you gotta let it reload. So ideally you can warp away or something, or burn away or something, get the reload, and then go back into the fight. Oh, music festival, okay. Right on, dude. How's my music volume? Should I turn down a little bit, Cartson, or is it low enough where you can listen to me and still listen to your music? What is this ship? This is a Vagabond. It's the Tech 2 variant of the Stabber. It's a once popular skirmishing bonus ship. Music up, please. I don't hear your music at all, just you. Oh, can anyone hear my music? The volume's perfect? Okay. Yes, I just want one person to say that and I'm fine. That's pretty much where I want my music. I want it to be kind of a background music that you can hear, but if you have me low enough and just hear my music, hear my voice, then you guys can listen to your own music. I think that's the ideal situation. The last time I flew Vagabond, I went 15k per sec. Haven't touched one since. Yeah, it's not quite as good as those days. It's definitely a lot has changed with the Vagabond. 15k per sec, man, that was back in the day of the Stababond, man. The double warp core stab Vagabond, like the most epic PvP vessel of its time. The perfect skirmisher. Engage anything if trap warp away. Man, to be back in those days. The XL ASP Stabber is fine versus T3 Disties? Really? You think so? You think so, Nuke? What? Okay, so when you run around with an XL ASP Stabber, what kind of newts do you have on that thing, Nuke? Oh, you're spamming that link? Oh, cool. Good for you. Check my kill board. God damn it. Wake up in the day feeling like Nuke. Don't give anyone fits. Just Tell him to check my killboard. Jerk. There's actually someone flashy flash here. Nuke, is your name like one word? What the fuck? Oh, I did Nuke Cake, not Nuke Cave. Whoops. That's gonna have some trouble finding you. So you do a scram web and 2 small newts. Interesting. So they actually stick around long enough to get neuted out. And you're still doing MWD. That blows my mind that T3 Destroyer let themselves get killed by you. It's my fit? Is it really? It's been a long time since I've flown that fit then. I usually just fly Rupture. That's funny. So evidently I gave fit the nuke, and nuke just killed everything with it, versus me, I'm just like, it's too bad. It's awful. Doesn't do damage output. Fat kids, if you're in a dual rep stabber, I'm thinking the stabber would take the fight. Just saying, man. I have no idea where that is in relation to where I'm at. I wouldn't mind giving you a 1v1. Well, guys, if there's one thing that's going to take out T3 Destroyers, it's newts. It's one of the few vulnerabilities of that ship. But every T3 Destroyer I've run into solo in the past week or so, the moment I throw a newt on them, they run away. They recognize it, so I guess it's just like the caliber of player we bump into. Or something, I don't know. I'm heading out that way. Alright. We shall see. Oh my gosh. Alright, so I lost that drop finally, so I can re-roll my drop. Hopefully not get those really bad penalties with the ship. Most of the drop penalties are going to severely affect a Vagabond. 3 out of 4 penalties really hurt Minotaur Shield skirmishy fits. I think I can get a velocity penalty, a fall-off penalty, a shield boost penalty, and I think an explosion velocity penalty for missiles, something like that. It's pretty rough. And of course, there's none for sale here. There's some for sale over in Fleet. So we'll just set destination over there. I don't really want to get in a fight until I have some drop in my system. See you, Lever. Have a good one, man. Oh, am I saying tier 2 destroyers? No, I'm tier 2. I mean tech 3 destroyers. If I'm saying tier 2, that's because I'm bad. No, if I'm talking about a destroyer and I'm complaining about it, it's tech 3 destroyers. Just make the lost bills go away. Yeah, I need my drugs. I need my medication. On a serious note, it's something like whenever you're running around and trying to take on ships of a class smaller of your own, you need every advantage to track them. So whether that be speed or that be webifiers or application modules or implants or drugs, you really want them. You need them. Another fall penalty. It's not big for this style of Vagabond. It's one of the penalties I don't mind about drop when I'm in this style of Vagabond, but it does suck. It's fairly painful. Okay, I can't get into the small. We're just going to move on. Let's head back to Hadley's and see if there's anyone in space doing stuff in there. Yeah. Who here is looking forward to the new skin system for managing ship skins and the additional 100 or so ship skins they're going to be added into the game? Anyone looking forward to that? This ship is one of the ships I'm hoping has a new different skin for it, or a couple of different skins for it. I really dislike space camouflage, and I really dislike the Vecur color pattern on it. Looking forward to changing that. Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of the opinion. I feel like ship skins should be a one-off, but the more I kind of I think about it, mull it over, let it kind of stew in my head. I feel like the system that CCP is advertising isn't a bad one. It's not what I like to see in my kind of world of Eve, where everything's kind of destroyable. Because if anything, what I really don't like seeing right now is seeing ship skins as the ship type, seeing like, oh, it's a whatever style of ship. I mean, if you think about it, let's say you have a Tash Murkon edition Omen. Like, people have been producing ships from Tash Murkon stations for a very long time. You know, they're ships that you could say is already stamped with the Tash Murkon seal of approval, but I'd rather just see the skin on it and not that in the market entries, and not that in the types that I see in space. It's very needless information, so I'm looking forward to that aspect of this new system. Hurricane's actually a fairly scary ship for me. What is this guy doing? Where's he going? He looks like he just jumped into a boon, maybe? I saw him for like a second. Like maybe half a second, something like that. Oh, there's the Hurricane. He's warping. Taupound, okay. And then we just had the other stuff drop off scan. Looks like they jumped out. Probably don't want to. Seconds, only system that you can head to. Well, yeah, and Kokeli. I mean, that's the entire idea. Is that some of those ships, like some of them, you can only acquire from the I think Next store, the CCP's like microtransaction store. Other ship skins you can acquire from in-game, and the relative rarity of those drops determine the price. Is this guy really autopiloting? No, that's not an autopilot. I don't think that's an autopilot. He's shot at people before. And there he's activating his prop. He's shield tanks. His guns fit. They're autocannons. Like 220s or 425s, one of the two. Interesting. So he warped in at 20, and then he burned the gate. He's warping immediately. Can't do a look at him. Let's see where he goes. I think Shield Cane pretty much does what I do better. And he stopped warping. He's lined at the gates. There he warps. Frost, I'm pretty sure that's going to be happening sooner rather than later. The whole logos I think the moment they are able to they put into place their Concord logos where they own the art, they can start putting those assets in game. So I think it's a big part of what you were seeing with the announcement you're seeing with CCP owned logos is probably going to correlate to those logos being seen in space on ship assets. So I'm not sure if I can fight this guy off a gate. It's going to be fairly scary. It's a pretty bad fight for me, I feel. And he's probably going to scram me, so I'm going to have a very difficult time with him. Holy butts. Well, I don't see any RC bows here, but they have Garmer and stuff. Well, I'm hoping that a Hurricane decloaks before me. I don't see him. Please activate. Oh, well, I'm dead. I lose the pod there. Didn't quite lose the pod. Accidentally changed my mouse DPI there, trying to get him out. A little bit too much damage there. It's just a small amount. Vagabond's not quite designed to take several thousand DPS. Ouch. Alright, was there a station here? Yeah. Let's see if we can jump climb. Where are these dudes? Just random people? Just random gang? It's rough. Yeah, just random dudes sold some sort of community fight. He decloaked right when he jumped through. I didn't see him. I thought it was Krivo something or the other. With a K. Krivo with a K. Was it with a C? I guess he was. Well, I don't know. I didn't see him. I don't see him in local anymore. He's part of them? Oh, okay, well, fair enough. Alright, let's jump clone home. I really don't like babysitting expensive pods. Well, okay. Well, we're just not having any luck with bigger ships, so let's get in a smaller ship and do that kind of stuff. Let's see, is this an M280 fitting? Yep. I don't really want to do that. Yeah, Firetail. Let's do Firetail. Let's do something that fits into the low sec meta, given I'm going to be doing that. Now, from what I recall, looking at Eve Scout, I don't really have any Thera entrances and exits nearby. I can't really use any of that stuff. Yeah, not necessarily all that close by. Okay. Let's get into something smaller. Honestly, gate camps are probably one of the healthier things for like soloists and small gang players. The rough thing that's really happened in the last couple of years is that you have a lot more people in the game, the population density. You have a lot more very powerful support ships that aren't really penalized much by providing support in LoSec. So logistics do not get sentries when they provide remote reps. It's probably one of the bigger changes for LoSec PvP. And T1E warships got really powerful as well. Another thing is that ISK is a lot more readily available these days, so people can kind of get in really decent ships to take on soloists. But it's more just that there's more people doing their thing in LoSec right now. People are grouped up into gangs a lot more, so it's very difficult to do things in larger ships. Larger ships are very easily caught. Even though, like in the Vagabond's probably one of the better ships for running around by itself, unscouted. But if you're looking to do soul stuff right now, especially if you're doing it in FAC War, frigates are really the way to go. Frigates and destroyers. So we'll just jump into frigate and let's see if we can get some quick fights. Astronautistic, it really ties into how CCP reconfigured Crime Watch. So Crime Watch is the in-game system that manages timers and determines who gets what kind of timer. So the problem that you had in the past, if you could call it a problem, is that if you remote repaired someone that had a criminal timer, a person that pretty much shot at an illegal target, shooting an illegal target in LoSec gave you a criminal timer, which meant if you went to high sec, you would die. If you were remote rep one of those players, it would also give you a criminal timer. And you would share sentries. Another aspect of it is if you had a criminal timer, any Stargate or any station you went to, you get sentry aggression. It doesn't matter if you warped off and warped back. So they got rid of that. And they tied sentry aggression to the initial act of getting that timer, or the security status associated with however you took a sentry hit. So a security hit, sorry. So if you initiated combat against a legal target, or if you shot at a player capsule, that's now how you get sentries. However, you warp off and warp back, until you take another security status hit, you're not going to get sentries. So when you apply remote reps effects, logistics effects onto a player, right now, you will share timers, so you can share weapons timer, but you don't actually take a security status hit, so you're not going to get sentries. Which is, I think, a really bad move for the game. It's a really bad direction for the game, but it's something that's been in the game for well over a year now. That's just kind of how the way it is. Yeah, Firetail, it's one of the more unique ship models in the game. For a long time, this was only an NPC ship. Then they allowed players to get them out of the Minmatar LP store. I'm pretty sure players weren't allowed to fly them. I'm not 100% about that. Yeah, the Firetail model is pretty awesome. Yeah, I mean, if it was up to me, if you took sentry hit, a security status hit, you took sentries, you keep on taking sentries. Like if you warped off and warped back, you would continue to take sentries every time you aggressed a player. That's just not how the system works. I think shooting an illegal target should always result in gaining sentry aggression. And remote repairing a player that has sentry aggression on them should always give you sentries, but it's just not the way the Crime Watch system is implemented. And because it would take dev hours to change that, even if a developer liked that idea, it would have to get a lot of traction pretty much in the player base to see that mechanic change, which you're not going to see. LoSec is too lowly populated to really see people that understand that mechanic and want to see it changed. Yeah, I don't necessarily think you should take the sec hit. Yeah, Astro. I agree on that. For reps anyway. I think every time you shoot a player, an illegal target, I think losing security status would be fine. As long as you're on grid. If you leave grid and come back and you lose your sentry aggression, you should play again. I think you should lose security status. At least I don't think that would be a bad deal. There's Sea Junkie's ult. And there's Sea Junkies and crew. Now, they were in Tech 2 frigates, so if they start following me again, I'm just going to try to take all my fights in novices, and I won't have to deal with them. Is there a chance you can get caught in low sec with a ship that aligns fast with Firetail? Yes. For the way that lag works in this game, the only ships that are virtually immune to being caught are going to be ships that align in less than 2 seconds. If you have a ship that aligns in less than 2 seconds, you're probably never going to get caught by other players unless they have a interdiction bubble up. Okay, Daredevil is a tough fight for me, but it's a doable fight. Let's see if I can fight it. See if I can get the fight with it. Ooh. Okay, they reshipped into T1 frigates, so if they're going to snipe again, then I'm going to have a lot of problems. Scanner is being slow, okay. Oop, there's the Daredevil, let's see where he goes. Looks like he went to a station, or a star. Interesting. Okay. So Sea Junkies and his buddy are in Merlins with Tengu Lynx. And they're sniping, so I can try to gain distance with them. They're likely just going to follow. They're going to know exactly what ranges I warp to, etc., unless I put a delay in the feed. Demon could make this a fight. I didn't realize Demon's actually following as well. Okay, let's fit for a damage type that can help out Demon and see if Demon takes this fight. Okay, web me into warp. Cool. I'm only going to take that fight if Demon's there to support me. Okay, Daredevil left. So I'm likely going to get primed, so hopefully we can make a fight for Demon. Again, these guys are in T1 frigates, but they're boosted with off-grid links. They're going to be a lot more powerful than your typical Merlin. I'm going to guess they're going to run B-run MASBs. They warped, okay. I'm going to jump on comms with the Demon here.
Connected. Channel switched.
Hey, how's it going?
Sorry.
It's all stream snipes or hard counters, man. It's a rough night for me.
Oh yeah. I tried. Carries can only do so much when...
Yeah, well,
sneaks
the
up.
funny thing that I had about that was the guys were fighting the Meef guys. They're looking to support me and force off Sea Junkies. I saw them chatting up in their public chat.
The only person I wasn't messing with there was
Richers,
Tress.
Richlings, yeah. Yep.
if anything, I always fight them last.
Yep. I wonder what this guy's doing. Pretty sure it's Postchun. Okay, there's nothing going on in Quorum. Heading over to Llama.
Alright. Sea Junkie's still in all the local.
Yeah, they're starting to fall behind. Kildu's falling up and just waiting to see his links and shit come over.
Sea Junkie's just landed on Quam Gate.
Okay.
They have an Impressive with him as well. I think.
Oh, they do? Okay. So far, I've only seen the pair. Some larger ships in Llama.
If anything, yeah, Red and Curses will up to Llama.
Okay. I don't think there's anything for us to really find a whole bunch of capsules on Scan and Llama. I'm not really seeing anything in a Plex and Llama. I'm coming back into Quorum. Heading over to Hula.
They went to the small stronghold.
Can you broadcast it? Okay, warp to it.
Warping. They're inside.
Okay.
Going in.
Yep. Following. The links still aren't here, so I'm kind of confused. Call Prim?
Killed it.
Hilda? Okay.
Holy shit.
Yeah, no links. Oh, you're nearly dead too.
I'm out of charges.
I have a TD on him. Range TD. Now you're down.
Nope.
Damn. I don't think that guy has a scram. He doesn't have a scram. He could have warped. Ouch.
I wanted to fight it out.
Yeah.
Let's hope I warp to the correct tech.
I don't think there's anyone here that I know that smarts.
Never know. Last time I warped the gate, I was like, oh look, an Abaddon. This is gonna be okay.
Anything in your wreck?
Nope, nothing.
Okay. I'm guessing double mag stab. Yeah. I used to fly a very similar fit, except I used MWD on it. This was when T1 kiting frigates were really popular. Why did I not warp? Why did I not warp? Yeah, only one of them had tackle.
That was also my mistake. I should have been in tank mode that entire fight.
Oh, you weren't?
Nope.
Yeah.
I forgot that T3s have that.
Yeah.
I just got the adrenaline rush and forgot about the fact
Yeah,
that I'm
I mean,
in a
that's
T3.
that's the typical thing. If you're gonna die in T3, it's because you're not using your modes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool. Thanks for the assist there. Probably would have been them chasing me for a very long time without you. Do you want me to flick you this loot?
Did you? Nah, I don't care.
Okay.
Did you get Sea Junkies?
Yes.
Nice. Well, that should set him back a bit.
Yes. Yes. We've destroyed the Merlins. Therefore, Sea Junkies and Kildu are going to spend the next couple of days ratting themselves up some money to recover from those losses.
Oh man, those Merlins were expensive.
They had tech, dude.
I mean, the both of them paid for the hull of my Sveeple, maybe.
Maybe. Alright, let's see if anything else is going on over here. Anyway, though, good fight, guys. I'm glad we got a give and take fight with you guys.
Right now, Iska's an issue for me, so that's all about getting the good fights. And that was a terrible fight for me, because modes are OP, but, you know.
I wonder if those guys are fighting. I saw another novice or small that had some frigates in it. Tristan is really rough for me, especially if supported by a comet. I'd rather not fight that. Yeah, he's gonna be supported by the Tristan. Ugh, that's rough. If I was smart, I would just move on. Confessor. Yeah, the only fights for me are fights I can't really take, so let's keep moving. Yeah, Merlin's a good ship. Merlin's definitely a good ship. Oh, it was Elijah. Nice. I wonder if Elijah was actually with the Tristan or not. Kinda doubt it. What do I have? Honky Lips on your watch list. He's probably done something that I don't like. Like, I have no idea where that guy went. The medium, maybe? Or have to go to the star to find out. He probably does, off-grid boosting or something. I don't really know. I might have notes for it, though. Yeah. He does boosting for someone, I don't know who. Yeah, I'll pass. Scrambling drones does shut off their MWDs. I don't think it shuts off the MWD for a fighter. I think every other type of drone it does. He's a Sino ult? Okay, I've also seen him doing what you call it? Boosting with Legion. Alright, looks like we're gonna continue on this trend. No, I mean, no, warp scrambling a drone definitely does turn off the MWD. It definitely does. I don't know if it does for a fighter. Does Manzold like do PP videos or something? OMF? Lost that one last week. Well, it's an expensive sin. Oh my gosh, he shield tanks them. So he's remote cap transferring to himself? Medium nades. Oh, a bunch of medium nades. Okay, yeah, you can support that with a single cap booster. Oh my gosh, that's a crazy fitting. I think tells me he's saying he gets into crazy fights. I don't know if someone's going to run around with that style of fitting looking for a crazy fight. It's very rare to see people that put their shit online. X-type, X-large shield booster. That's worth a pretty penny. Yeah, that's a very expensive sin. Gnosis on scan. Okay. He just hunts Ratter's Eye. Yeah, okay. No, Ratters, gotcha. It's kind of curious that he'd be doing that over in Lowsec. For most sites that you go to, you can't drop a portal. You can't bridge into sites in Lowsec. Figured he'd be doing most of that stuff in Nullsec. Is that Lost Mail in Nullsec? Yeah, it is. Okay. He's in Null? Okay. Yeah. I've seen him doing stuff in Lowsec, I don't know how many weeks ago. That's why. Pretty much anytime I see someone doing something or a group of players doing something I really don't like to deal with, or I feel it's really important for me to see in local, I add them to my watch list so they have a green circle around their name, and then I set them -10. And then when I'm scanning through the local and I see a green watch list, if I don't know the player immediately, I can just double click on them and check their notes and see, oh, if that's a 2-3 boosting ult, or that's a group of players that does recon stuff in medium plexes, stuff like that. It's kind of an intel thing that I try to do for myself. Probably could volley that guy if I was a little bit closer, if this wasn't a regional gate. Lucky him. Yeah, I mean, you kind of run out of ways to mark players, so I kind of had this loose system for people if they're -5 or -10. -10 are usually players that I need to be extra cautious about. -5 are people that can give good fights. It's a really loose association. Sometimes I just set people -5 versus -10 just because they'll contrast in local if the two groups operate in the same area. So it's a lot of stuff. So it's kind of like a loose system that I have set up between -5 and -10. Like, here. So, okay, so the Dead Terrorists guys were running an interesting game. Gotcha. Dead Terrorists are definitely someone that I typically don't want to fight. They tend to bring way more than I can deal with, so I set them -10. But I sent their allies -5 just so I can see a little bit of contrast, because the two groups, while they fly together a lot, they're not necessarily always together. No, I have not. I have not done any of the statistics stuff yet. I got a really good fight with Dead Terrorists only a couple days ago. Actually, that Megathron I was showing like an hour or two ago. This was a really decent fight with Dead Terrorists. I just stuck around too long. I killed some of their tackle, and I should have warped out. But towards the end, they brought in a very, very devastating ship to Megathron, a Crucifier with 3 TDs, which kind of killed my ability to deal with anybody. So he's defensive plexing. I don't anticipate getting a fight when someone's defensive plexing. I'm just going to move on. When did I join you here? Like, pretty much a couple days after FanFest. I had a lot of fun with him, so, finally decided to pull the trigger and move on from where I was sitting at. I don't remember actually where I was actually in, what corporation I was in before that. No, I was in Screaming Hayabusa. And I don't do, Screaming Hayabusa, it's a very interesting place. It's a great organization if you want to be with a lot of other like-minded solo players. They do solo in pretty much all parts of space, wormhole, low sec, null sec. But, because of that, because they're all soloists, even though it's kind of like a soloist support group and, great people to chat with, if I'm looking to, actually be a part of larger gang stuff and actually kind of grow myself as a player, get back into FC and etc., it's just not the place to be. So, I highly recommend Screaming Hayabusa if you're looking to get into solo PvP with frigates and the like. They're primarily people that fly around in smaller ships. I'm trying to move away from that style of PvP, so I'm jump ship on them. But yeah, you heard guys, I love them. If anything, I just need to start scheduling some regular roams with them and figure out nullsec destinations to go. I'm feeling that I may start using Thera a lot more. Kind of jump on that bandwagon. Thera is just an amazing in-game resource for being able to go roam in other places. So I have a question about that spreadsheets in space link. So is that something that's made by CCP? So I noticed that you have to log in with your Eve stuff. What information is actually going to be gleaned off your character when you log into that site? I mean, I don't have a lot that I'm worried about, but I'd rather not give up all my corp nils or something. So it was made by CCP. Oh, you're not sure? Okay. It just seems like giving up your, it's fan-made. Okay, it seems like giving up your login credentials is not a good idea. So, I mean, what happens when it tells me to log in this EVE Online? It redirects to eveonline.com. Oh, okay, it uses their secure login. Okay. Alright. There's only a Garmer nearby. Well, I can log into that, I'm sure. Oh, it's kind of like making an API. Okay. Neat. Look at that at the moment. I actually might be able to get in a fight in the system, so... Okay, Singular Comet. That is like the fight that I really enjoy in this ship, so let's see if we can get a good fight in there. I'm anticipating if this guy is idling in a small that he's offensive plexing, and I'm anticipating that he's an AB fit rail comet. Usually people, if they're idling inside smalls in a comet, they're going to be rail comets, which are pretty tough fights for this Firetail, but it's kind of like the upper limit of what you can deal with a TD. So he's definitely rail fit. Good fight. Another Firetail potentially coming in. I need to be cautious. Didn't really mean this for this thing to auto reload. Kind of messed up. Nope. Just gonna try to piece right now. Oh, he immediately warped. How about that? He dropped tactical information. I don't know what this is, but it looks awesome. How about that? This is actually quite terrifying. Oh, I died. Wow. Suddenly the artillery hit. How about that? He just volleyed straight through my armor. That was one hit, wasn't it? Did I miss him hitting me twice? Yeah, I miss him hitting me. I fucked that up. I should have been repping. Okay. I wasn't watching my armor is what happened there. Okay, cool. That was pretty cool though. I think I could have took that guy if I was actually paying attention. Even with the low hull. That was just really bad management. I didn't see any damage coming to my armor, so I didn't activate my repper. It seemed like one hit, but it was not, looking at my logs here. There's at least 2 hits. But the last hit definitely was the doozy. Those rockets, yeah. I think that was actually a very similar fit to what I was flying in. He was rocket with 280s, so... Yeah, I didn't see a TD from him, though. Where'd all the cats go? Yeah, I restarted my client a couple times. I'm a legal target, you can do it. Come on, guys. Come on. There you go. We want more pussy on the stream. Actually, what I'm going to do here in a moment is actually... One, get over to Dixie, and two, look at this stats page that just came up. So to do that, I'm going to have to make a new scene. Monitor. So hang on a moment here, guys. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine too. Okay. All right. So I've been logged in for 77 days. Oh yeah, this is okay. That's not right. That's only for the last 2 years. Okay. Primarily low sec. I think we all understood that one. Really good distribution of weapon types. Mostly laser. That's very surprising to me. For the past 2 years, that's very surprising to me. Primary damage taken is laser damage too. That's also very curious to me. For the Evidently, I'm doing a good job of whipping people. I'm getting quite a few reps. I've done pretty good. A lot of shield reps. Okay. I've given more reps than I've received. I'm a loving guy. Laser includes drones. Oh, that makes sense. But I'm primarily a very selfish person, evidently. I'd rather rep myself than receive reps, and I'd also rather rep myself than rep others, but I'll rep others if the opportunity presents itself, evidently. Okay, let's dock up without getting potted again. I don't need to get potted right now. I am docking, yes. Yeah. I've activated a cloak 0 times. I have never violated Space Bushido. I have lost a fair number, but this is good. Oh man, that says a lot about my gameplay. I've never used a cloak in the past 2 years. I've definitely used cloaks, just not lately. Taking quite a bit of damage from NPCs. Earned almost as much as I spent. Okay. I've earned 28 million ISK per hour. Oh, that doesn't seem right. I haven't done manufacturing in a while. Okay. How I see others. This actually may have seen, you may have seen, a little bit more blue. There's a while where I was using light blue to mark, people I had kill rates on, but that's good. This is my alt. That's my alt. How others see you. Mm-hmm. Chat for a bit, okay. Join a fair number of fleets. Okay. Directional scans, many directional scans. Scan all the things. Don't use bookmarks that much. I line a lot manually, so you wouldn't see that. I trash fair number of items, okay. Don't probe much. Never ask me for probing advice. Evidently, I don't do fleet stuff all that often. I've only self-destructed 3 times, no shit. 40 times per hour, that sounds about right. Oh my goodness. Cool. Yeah, there's some really interesting statistics here, I like that. Oh, this is per year? Okay. Oh, so that was for 2014. Okay. Okay. So for this year, you're seeing a lot more drone usage and drone damage. These lasers evidently includes drones. I've not remote rep that much. I've local rep a hell of a lot more. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, I've been earning more money, no kidding. I did a little bit of buy orders, evidently. I remember doing those buy orders. I've been scanning more this year. Neat. Okay. Well, that's really cool. It's definitely really cool. I like that. Thanks for sharing with me. I didn't realize it was, like the moment I saw a login with your, in-game details, I was like, nope, not doing that. Alright, what to do. Actually, that was some pretty good fights with the Firetail. I might do up another Firetail. I still have a lot of those to lose. Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of these to lose. Let's jump in another Firetail. That was some pretty good fights with the Firetail. Alright, I'll fly the damn succubus. God damn it. Alright. This thing needs to die. It has not died. It needs to die. It's fairly painful. No standard blue pill in Dodixie? That's a crime. Alright, I think I'll just go with the drop and then just fly with that then. Looks like a snail, yeah. Succubus is a very interesting looking bug-like ship. Well, Dixie usually has everything I need. Not necessarily the price I want, but it usually has everything I need. What was up with that little Intel certificate? That's awesome. What was that thing called? I got Space Intels. I just had to get the 3% hole for the drop. Yeah, the Vaga died horribly. Just happened to jump into a camp that could insta-point it and apply a lot of DPS to it very quickly. Like, it was one of those few times you actually ran into 2-3 battlecruisers. It's like one of the things you don't want to see when you're trying to burn directly away from a whole bunch of ships is ships that can project really well. Tactical information. Is that something? Is that a market item? Tactical informations. No? Okay. Did I misspelled that maybe? No, evidently you can get that on contracts. I wonder what mission gives that. It's awesome. I totally fly around with a bunch of tactical information. It's from a Pack War mission. Oh, okay. Yeah. The problem with like those really cool mission items you can get, like the damsel, I would love to fly around with the damsel all the time. The problem, the way I view missions, like it's like, oh, that's money though. Like it has a pretty high like inherent value to it. And acquiring a damsel from level 4s is actually kind of a dangerous prospect the way I run level 4s. So that's pretty funny. Tactical information, I like it. Let's change up the music, I think. Was the bar raised for Half-Life 2, Woobly? Damn it. Guess you just need to continuously step up your game, man. So that's the one issue with fairly popular games like Half-Life 2 for speedrunning. When there's a lot of competition, it's fairly rough if you're trying to really be competitive about it. Spending a lot of time just grinding out different parts of the run is kind of unfortunate the way that you run it, where you don't do segmented. I see that being very infuriating when you just get a bad bounce or something and get a bad trick, or it's almost chance derived versus anything else for trying to land a trick. Swear to God, I'll get 15. There we go. If you hadn't played in a particular year on the spreadsheet, it looked like you won Eve. No data available. Yep. I think that is one of the few ways to win Eve. When you give up. Can you offline an active prop mod? You have to wait for the cycle to end, then you can offline it, yes. Actually, I'm not entirely sure about that. Let's find out. Let's do some science here. I'm pretty sure you have to wait till the cycle's done. It continues the cycle. So I still would have had speed there. So again, so if I were to do that again, it continues the cycle even though it's offline. And then it's offline. So theoretically, while you're waiting down the duration of something to offline, you can online something else if that's what you had in mind. Hopefully I don't get a fight while I'm scouting. Just trying to wait down, trying to get the cap by regen. Shouldn't take too long. Be a shame if science killed me. pretty good range. It's terrible standings with market alts. That's interesting. It's like, that son of a bitch nickeled me. Or he pennied me. I'm gonna get him. One of these days, I'll get you when you leave that station. Never. Determine if the highest and lowest modules spread heat to each other. Like, they would be one beside them and the rest was no. I don't understand. Like, do you mean from, like, racks? Like, so high slots getting heat the mid slots or something like that? So, kind of curious. I mean, heat definitely transfers. There's a chance for that. Yeah, astronautistic, like, one of the more interesting things that I've done. But, I was buying up salvage in a nullsec NPC nullsec region. And there's one other guy doing it, and we were constantly competing with each other. And he just sent me a mail. You know what? Let's stop the competition. You take odd days, I'll take even. And I thought it over. I was like, no, initially, and I was like, okay, fine. And it worked very well. It's so rare to see that sort of thing going on these days, though. Usually, you just see people get really mad at each other with market stuff. Like, you blew my profit margin, or... That's normally what I see. The last slots on the rack, like if you look at a mid slots and fittings window, and then the highest and lowest aren't looped around. Oh yeah, there's a period of time where someone told me that, and they said they experimented, and they confirmed that it will loop around. But yeah, it does not. It definitely does not. It acts as actually... as a heatsink. It acts as an empty module slot right here. That's confirmed by testing done by EVE University and by many other players. Yeah, my alt that's currently in Red vs. Blue has, I think, 100 mils. When I finally looked over the miscellaneous, or the communications tab for mails, they'd climbed up quite a bit. I emptied them recently, but I had probably well over a couple hundred. Speaking of, I'm surprised these guys aren't getting much. What's going on over here? Oh, there's a history visibility. Care less about most of those. Like, do I not have like kill mills shown up here? Yeah, it looks like I didn't change many of these. Looks like CCP did something. I blame CCPs. Okay, so Sveeple is a ship I'd never want to engage. It's very racist against my damage type. And unfortunately, they are one of the most common ships in FAC War these days. So it's one of the issues running around in a laser fitting. Seeples. Yeah, one of the interesting things about the up and coming T3 destroyer nerf is that it really only tones down the effects of long range T3 destroyers. It doesn't really affect what I think most people really find aggravating about T3 destroyers, which is close range guns with a T3 with a an oversized afterburner. T3 afterburner isn't actually that should be a term for T3 fittings, oversized props. A 2-3 afterburner. It's just oversized prop. But like pulse and autocannon T3 destroyers will not really be affected by that. Like really at all. I think like at most you need to swap around one rig to make it work. Whereas artillery and beam sepals and confessors will have a lot more difficulty getting their fits to work. I'm pretty happy with the nerfs. I'm curious how it's going to work out. I think they adjusted the mass and agility on the ships, which is probably one of the more significant issues with the ship, is just how crazy good it is with an oversized prop. Its mobility is probably the biggest glaring issue with it, with that oversized prop. But it's definitely like the whole package that makes it amazingly good. It's not just the fact that it's really mobile. Sorry guys, I had to release some brains there. I'll blow them out, they're clogging up my head. Just the largest over here. Really? I doubt everyone's there. Yeah, okay. Hey, Milad, how's it going, man? Whew. I mean, another interesting thing about the nerfs to T3 destroyers is that it doesn't take away the ability to insta-warp with those ships that have the velocity and adjustments with their prop mode. I feel that CCP needs to move away from that. Like they need to change the bonuses. Because that's definitely one aspect of T3 Destroyers I don't think should be in existence period, is the ability to insta-warp by doing a mode swap. So it's a pretty ridiculous ability of the ship. Yeah, I have no idea, Suicidal Ninja Cat. I know Gorski is salivating over that ship, but I have not really looked at the ship at all. I've not theory crafted it just because I don't really care for that type of ship. I wonder how this is going to go. So did these guys just kill that other guy? Are these guys fighting right now? Is that an MWD Tristan? Oh. Of course there's a curse. Surprised the curse warped out. I don't really know why it did, but... oh well. That's very typical for medium plexus. If you see a fight going down there, and there's a whole bunch of people in local, it's probably a recon there. If there's just frigates fighting, from what I've seen. So if you're actually offensively plexing, as I understand it, you need to have a fair amount of DPS to do a medium plex. Something like around 350 DPS, something like that. Neither of those frigates had the damage output to kill the rat. So if there's just like a singular frigate, then either the guy's defensive plexing, or it's a trap. Just because they're not capable of running that type of sight. So what I was kind of hoping that just someone was doing defensive plexing and a couple guys came over to gank it. I didn't get burned by it, so so it goes. But it's kind of my experience. If there's just like one or two frigates at a medium plex, they're probably not running it. It's probably a trap, or they're probably doing defensive stuff. Either which I'm not going to get a fight. Or at least not the fight I want anyway. Hey, Dim. What are you in right now?
DD. Dual web. No point.
Oh, okay. I saw you talking to someone in Corp. Is there someone else coming as well?
No, he was just telling me what to bring.
Or what to bring.
Help more.
Okay, well, the Plex I'm looking at has 4 frigates. Kind of scary for us.
Yeah.
It's still very tempting to me. I'm kind of tempted to just rush into there and try to burn away, and then you can come in and start blapping people, but I don't know how effective that would really be.
I can go die again, I don't mind.
Yeah, it's... I'm seeing quite a few people in space who can probably just dodge that and look for something else. Alright, I'm gonna hit cooking. Yeah, so, although we have, like, a decent gang for these guys, if they're on the ball, I believe that they're just gonna wipe us. Where Demon will die, and I might be able to get away, but I probably wouldn't be able to kill anything. We might kill, like, one ship if they're on the ball. So we're just going to look for a different fight. I didn't actually realize Demon was coming until I saw him in local as I jumped out. Let me add Demon back to my watch list. So we got a pretty nasty comp, actually.
Or a daredevil about to jump into the Koken.
A Daredevil's coming in?
And a neutral condor with them landed.
Okay. Are you near that novice?
It's 32 AU.
Okay, I'm going to it. Yeah, the cost increase happening. I'm pretty happy about that as well. I think it's a good change. You get so much for the price of 40 million ISK. 60 million ISK is, I think, a much more fair price in comparison to, say,
Daredevil might
interdictors.
follow.
To the novice?
Yeah.
Okay. If he's warping over it.
Alright.
Yeah, go over there.
All I have is dual web though. There's
That's
a
fine.
Gnosis, so probably go inside.
Oh, okay, never mind. Now I know your name, so he didn't come over here. Actually, no. Like, I saw a different Daredevil one scan. It was called, Not Polarized.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh. I'm seeing you as DeVille. I think your name reset.
I changed the last system.
Yeah, well, it changed back.
Damn.
Yep. Okay, move on. Are you doing Polarized?
No.
No.
Lost 200 mil that way yet last night.
Dude, you guys didn't need the Fed Maga stabs.
But hey, that's after I refit. I had initially had 4 Fed
Oh,
Navy.
Jesus. Yeah, I do not have that kind of ISK to throw around. That's pretty
I
insane.
just took him off my incursion Vindy.
I just took him off the one way for me to make good ISK, so now people are gonna ask for my linked fit. It's gonna be Tech 2 Mag stabs, and they're gonna turn me away. Okay, I don't think I ever get fights in them, so I'm gonna move on here. Polarized were a type of weapon that was introduced to the game quite a few months ago, almost close to a year now.
No, with
They-
4 Fed stabs, I was pushing
They do 20% more
over
damage in comparison
770
to
heated.
T2 guns. However, they set your resistances across the board to 0, regardless if you have hardeners on or anything like that. So they drastically reduce your ability to survive, but they give you a fairly sizable increase in damage. For some ships, they're pretty cool. Most ships, they're not really worthwhile at
Oh,
all.
Filthy George is
They're very much a gang
That's the
style
Daredevil.
weapon. Okay.
gonna go check the Novice.
Yeah, same. Yeah, the Polarized DD does like overheat 600 or so DPS, 650 DPS, something like that. Does like a ridiculous amount. A Vindicator
Yeah,
actually
Novice.
can get a fair amount of damage output and have, well, it gets a really good amount of damage output, but it still has quite a bit of HP when it does the whole polarized thing, which is pretty cool. I'm not really seeing anything over here.
Small as a Merlin and the Loki in its direction at 30 degrees. Also a Damnation
Not a
Flame
5.
in the Breacher.
Not 5.
Warping to the sun at 100, see if they're there.
Alright, heading up. Huh? They also have 3 times the magazine size. Really? That's pretty crazy. That's actually really important, I think, for missile launchers. I think a lot of people use torpedoes. Having 3 times the amount of ammo in your guns is for a torpedo launcher is huge because you fly through your ammo and torps. Like you fly through ammo and torps. Like you have a magazine, you have a ammo size of 20, 18 with Arbalist. To have that go up to 60 means you're doing very good sustained damage output instead of reloading all the time. But yeah, that's probably the biggest use of polarized guns is on bombers. You know, ships that pretty much get killed anyway if they get noticed, or anything that can apply damage can actually apply to them. I think you do without heat like 1,050 damage with torpedoes, polarized torpedoes on I think double BCU, double or triple BCU, something like that. There's a lot. There's a good amount with Rage. Yeah, Norwegian. Yeah, polarized torp launchers on bombers are pretty common. I mean, for that style PvP, like I was saying earlier, they're more gang style weapons. It makes sense because if you're going to be doing a blops, you're probably going to have the E-war advantage anyway. So pretty much if you're blopsing a target, it's a target that's never going to have a chance. You're going to have a whole bunch of falcons, that sort of thing, to make sure they never apply damage to. The polarized torp launchers make the death all the faster. So it's a very powerful weapon when you have a good E-war advantage. Or if you have people that can take the aggression for you. So something that Zao Amadeus was doing on his stream was using polarized guns on a Tyrannus. And what he would do is I'm going to see if I can get an Omine view shot large in India. What he was doing is he would wait someone...
There's a Daredevil following Nemo Demus.
Waiting for someone to take aggression, then he'd warp in. Or decloak, what have you. Oh, the Navy's here. He's kiting. I'm gonna pull off. Go ahead and get Alban. He's a neutral in logic? Okay.
Kestrel and Daredevil followings.
Okay. Ooh, 67 local. Usually, it's either a staging system, or there's going to be a zillion people at Simplex, and there's no one on scan doing that kind of stuff. Evidently, Waffles are doing something silly. It's like there's a fight to be had in Kanaka. Abrasive Soap. I like that name. Waffles don't always blow up. They normally do gang stuff, that's for sure. I don't really see them. I don't see Waffles pots soloing that often. Not around low sec anyway. Yeah, anyway, the Polarized Vindicator, I think like the fitting I had, which didn't have all that, I don't think it had much faction at all. I don't think it had much faction, period. It was 85k EHP, using the whole reinforced bulkheads and transverse bulk rigs, and overheated to 2.5k DPS with Void. Had a MJD on it too. It was a pretty cool fitting. I think it was a really good fitting. Oh, was that Zao's fit? Zao was flying around in a polarized Talos with me the other day. Whoa. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're not going into that. Hopefully we won't. This is the problem with going at 0 at places. You don't really know what's going on. Yeah, they're all inside. Good. Alright. Kajari's bust as well. Let's head back towards Hades kind of area. That's not the one I wanted. Wanted that one. There you go. Starting to regret we didn't take on those 4 frigates. I'm beam fit in the succubus. I think beams suit the succubus a lot more than pulses. In pulses, you're pretty much relegated to using scorch, whereas with beams you can actually use something like microwave and reach out a fair bit. The ship's just too fast for pulses to really work in my eyes. You pretty much have to do the same thing that I'm doing, which is adjust your speed with pulses. But I use that speed for maintaining good range with my beams and making sure I'm applying well. The ship is a very difficult one to fly. Having to manually adjust your speed on the fly, in addition to your normal sort of range control shenanigans in a frigate, is very difficult. I'm probably going to mess it up quite spectacularly. But it is a very fun ship to fly because of the challenge. And because beams got a buff recently, I do a lot of damage with them. This is one of the ships that really benefits from beams. Courser. It's a pretty ouchy ship. Pulsar beam is going to pretty much flatten me. I'm going to pass that one up. Although... So Courser at a medium. I'm kind of tempted to go for it. I might be able to get under its guns and then you can kill it. I'm going now. It's broadcasted. Looks like he jumped. No, you didn't. Okay, that was the other guy. Go ahead and head over. So my objective isn't really to do damage. It's just to get an initial aggro and hopefully survive. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get under this guy's guns, so I'm going to try. He warped already. Boo. So that had a lot of potential for being a difficult fight, but evidently his defensive plexing may have not actually... Well, maybe it wasn't. See a couple of wrecks there. It may have been offensive plexing. It's just a very powerful anti-frigate platform. That's the Courser pilot.
I just heated up my modules so they were ready to go.
Yeah. Your distant fleet. Glad I still had that thing on. That pop-up up. That could have been bad. Should have been able to lock that pod if it wasn't so bad at control clicking. Rotary back to Nemalia, okay. It's just a really quiet Saturday. I know it's getting late, but come on, man.
It's not that late yet.
Yeah, exactly.
So what, 10 on the East Coast?
Yeah. I mean, that's just it, though. I mean, we're out of EU prime time. It's rough. Yeah, well, suicidal, I mean, that's why I don't take that pop-up as a checkbox no and disable the pop-up. I usually am very... I sometimes shoot gates on purpose, but it's very sparingly that I'm actually intentionally doing that. And Illuri is dead, despite local count. Moving up on. Happened to the Firetail, it got in a really good fight where I dropped down to 3% structure. Then I took a fight immediately after where I was fully wrapped up in armor but still had this 3% structure, and I got volleyed from probably 10% or 90% armor to dead by another artillery Firetail. It's a interesting engagement. But it killed a Comet and an Incursus in a very spectacular fashion, then died to a very similarly fit Firetail.
Did your good move?
Yeah, they're over in Calgal space now.
Yeah, I just saw Predator and Illuri.
Yeah, they're over here now. They moved out of Camilla a while ago. I don't know if it was over to here, but they're over here now. I think they're playing with the whole like Snuff Box, Shadow Cartel kind of groups. Last I heard, I think they were shooting some Overload Everything guys. Not 100%. It's been a while.
I know I flew with them a few times, that's it.
What would be a reason for shooting a gate? If I wanted to get a suspect timer. Sometimes, if I spot a gang that's not engaging me, and I just really want them to fight me, I think they might fight me with a suspect, I'll just shoot a gate. And get a suspect timer. It's a very convenient way to get a suspect timer. So camping Gnosis and Vexer in Pine Coast. Just out of free England. Gnosis Peace.
Holy shit, that's a lot of breaks.
Yeah. Kalisef doesn't tend to run light. Interesting, the Gnosis just came right back. Oh, this guy's got all our state, that's why. Alright. I'm just gonna warp off. If you're in suspect mode, your security status will drop, correct? What is the reason behind the security status? Negative 5 to -5, what does it matter? There are repercussions for having less than -2 security status. If you have above that, it doesn't really matter if you have -1.9 to 5.0. If anything, the only difference between all that is just having a greater buffer between -1.9. This is the place where we saw dudes in the small frigate gang. However, it looks like people moved on. Okay, I'm gonna jump.
There's...
I didn't see anything at Pluxes.
No. Well, they're either warping through there, or there's a Dreamwheel Condoritron that just landed on the small military.
Are they still there at 5?
Nope, they're gone.
Oh, okay.
They're warping through.
Yeah. Okay, from here, let's head over to Tama.
Maybe break up the Talon Gate Camp.
Sorry, let's break a gay camp, so they said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flashy Atron and Fed Navy Combat jumping into Hiri right now.
I just left the gate. Tell me if they go
That's
somewhere.
fine. They might follow.
Okay.
The Fed Navy went to a small outpost.
Okay, let me go first. I'm going.
Well, I'm already up to the gate, so I'm gonna
Okay.
have to...
Yeah, the problem with that is that you don't have tackle. You don't have a scram, so... Oh, okay, to my gate. Never mind. It's good. I meant to the acceleration gate. You always want me going first. Alright, warped it.
I warped as soon as I landed and warp right now.
Everything's on the outside. People are activating. Everything's on the inside now. It's gonna be very rough for me if they all have webs.
Dremio landing.
Yeah, I saw that.
You landed at set 90k.
Gotcha.
So we have a second.
Okay, it looks like these guys are together. Comet Prime. Are you not close enough to the Comet? Oh, that's bad.
Nope, my game decided to do that desync bullshit again.
Oh, sucks.
Yeah, that was wonderful. My guns didn't go off like half that fight.
Yeah, it looks like I'm dead here too.
That was fun, I guess.
Yep. Didn't mean to warp. I'm pretty sure the Comet was like 70 or 7 km off you anyway.
Yeah, it was 7k. I had
Just-
antimatter loaded though.
Yeah, just a bit bad primary for you that should have just called out like the Atron was close or something like that. We just could have done that. Like I was doing nothing to that Comet, nothing at all.
They were all within like past 5k from me.
Right though, are you MWD fit?
No,
Oh,
I was
okay.
AB fit.
Oh, okay. Just a rough night. But you guys could notice how they just waited for the Daredevil to get in.
Smarties on Tomagate.
Can you use the stealth bomber now? I want to learn how to use those. They are not good solo ships. They are good gang ships. I don't really enjoy that style of gameplay, so you're not going to ever see me fly in a bomber. If you're looking to learn about that kind of stuff, Bombers Bar, I think, is the channel to go to. But Spectre Fleet does a lot of that stuff. But it's actually a really simple ship to fly. So stealth bombers have a huge bonus to their torpedo range and application. So essentially, all you're doing with the bomber is getting to a safe range, applying E-War to ships that either you're told to apply E-War to or would have the most effect. So, for example, if you fit TDs, you apply them to turret ships so they won't be able to hit you at the range you select. You shoot torpedoes at a primary. Then you shoot them at the next primary. Then you shoot them at the next primary. Bombers in general, they are it's typically associated with a Black Ops bridge, which only ships that have the ability to use Kovacs cloak can go through. So usually whenever you're using a bomber, you're in a gang that's going to vastly outclass the targets you selected. It tends to be a surprise for the targets that you use those ships against, and they can't do anything about it. Can a bomb launcher one-shot anything? Like, I forget. No, actually, smaller ships are the types of ships that are going to be the most effective at dodging the damage from a bomb. So, if I were to look up a bomb, they have an explosion radius attribute to them. Crap. So the only way to mitigate damage from a bomb is to have a smaller signature radius of your ship. So frigates will take vastly reduced damage from a bomb, whereas, say, battleships will take 100% damage from a bomb. Despite them having a huge damage amount to them, bombs are innately poor at shooting at and hurting smaller targets. Now, if frigate were to activate its MWD, it'd probably die to a bomb. It doesn't matter how fast the target's moving. If it's in the bomb's explosion radius of effect, in the area of the AoE, like an MWD frigate would probably die. If anything, Blopsing is as popular, if not more popular. Blopsing has good bridge range in comparison to your normal jump range on ships. I believe it's like 50% more range or something like that than your normal jump range. No, it doesn't suck. If they didn't have that attribute to them, Grey Wolf, everyone would be flying in bombs in nullsec with bombers in nullsec, and there wouldn't be a metagame right now. So it's actually a very good balance attribute to bombs. Bombs have that attribute, and they're still incredibly powerful. You see bombing runs done on fleets, and it's one of the things that typifies nullsec battles these days is bombing runs. If you can't deal with bombs, then you're going to have a really hard time in nullsec. It's one of the reasons I really dislike nullsec is bombs. There's some pretty creative ways to deal with it, especially with the recent nerfs to bombs. Smart bombs are in high popularity for battleship gangs for dealing with bombs. There's a lot of really cool positioning elements to bombs. However, it's a necessary attribute to them. I do think it's kind of weird that smaller ships are more effective at dealing with it, but from a game balance perspective, it's smart. Yeah, but like a T1 frigate with virtually no fittings, if it's not running an MWD, it can take a couple of bombs. Yeah, Blopsing is really popular right now. Bombers Bar and different nullsec blocks. It's a very it's one of the key elements to any big block fight is how bombers are used, and if they can get off good bombing runs. Like, if you can anticipate a fleet warp and put a bunch of bombs where people are about to land, it's devastating. Yeah, my corpses. You're welcome. I'm doing my best to populate space with my corpses. Oh, man. You know what? I think I'm going to get into one more Firetail and try to get a fight with that. I think I'll call it a night after that. I'm hungry, but I definitely have a couple more fights in me. At least one more ship in me, at least. So let's figure out this fitting. I seem to get a lot of good fights in this Firetail fitting, which is really neat. I like that. I enjoy that about the ship. The fight density for the ship is very high, and people like to fly it. They want to fight it. So I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's very rare for me to want to use Quake these days. I can't remember the last time I tried to use Quake. I might get to the point where I stop putting it in these ships. Oh, good roll. Been getting really bad rolls lately, so that's good. And I actually I looked at my TD and I remembered that I needed scripts. I'm impressed with myself. I usually just straight up forget the scripts. I really hate the script mechanic. I don't mind that scripting is in the game. I really dislike that you have to use scripts. I think that should be just something built into the module. I'd be very happy if CCP was to remove that item from the game, refund players, and just make that an innate aspect of the module. The fact that they had to build scripts is very weird to me. Because it doesn't really affect the cost of the module. It just acts as a annoyance when you forget to put them in your cargo. And Fob, how's it going, man? Just switch to your phone now and you can't watch the screen? Yeah, that sucks, man. Yeah, usually I just, whenever I'm on my phone... I mean, you can't watch it on wireless? You should be able to watch it on wireless. Unless your wireless in your house isn't that good. People want remote rep scripts. I've never heard about that. I've never seen that as a suggestion. How would scripts work for remote reps? What would that even mean? I find this curious. I think scripts on remote reps actually could be very interesting. I'm curious what your idea was with it. Or what you read, anyway. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Range versus amount? Yeah. I like that actually. I think it's pretty cool. There's one thing that drives me nuts about logistics these days is the range on it, especially for T1 cruisers. The range for T1 cruiser logistics is absurd. When I think of it in terms of, say, frigate logistics, I don't think that you should really be necessarily nerfing frigate logistics range by introducing a scripting mechanic. But I like that idea. But I would say it really heavily influences non-bonus ships for RR. That would probably very heavily influence non-bonus ships. It's bad. The range is bad enough for normal logistics. I think it's at a very decent spot. And making you have to choose between ridiculously short range and normal range is pretty harsh, but not unworkable. No, Grey Wolf, you are the one. You're the chosen one. I mean, if anything, when I think about scripting for logistics, I think about adding that signature resolution attribute to remote reps. I think that would be a pretty decent addition to the game. Is making larger ships having a more difficult time to repair smaller ships. Kind of ending the tyranny of triage.
Disconnected.
Should be able to work from this, even if they have Arcebo. Doesn't seem like that Arcebo anyway. I've been flying around a solo T1 Logi cruiser for my corp, and I've come to find that the range is perfect. It's not too little when you have to be on top of blues, and not too far where I could practically be off grid. Tattlecat, I guess, where I'm coming from like a micro gang to a solo perspective, is that the range on T1 Logistics is oppressive. Like, you have to be so far away from those ships, and they're so mobile that there's not a lot of difference between Tech 2 Logi and T1 Logi in that regard. It's very difficult to get outside of range for logistics. I really wish that T1 cruiser logistics had a range of 40 to 50 km, something like that, instead of this 66 km range that they currently have. It's kind of ridiculous, the range that those ships have, to me. I think there should be a pretty hefty price to pay to have the amount of reps that T1 cruiser logistics have. You want an MJD variant that boosts the lock range when it's cycling? That's an interesting take on the MJD. Battleships still have a hard time, but I like that. It's an interesting idea. Oh no, they're not. They're definitely not. Oh no, unbonus logistics is very short range. Tattlecat. If you're using like small remote reps, I think they have a range of 6 km or something like that. It's very short range. Large reps on an unbonus ship have a range of, I think, 9 km. It's very short range. On bonus ships, no, they reach out really far. know why I keep on blocking you, Case. Nothing you're really saying is deserving. It just bothers me when you're stream typing me. If that was the case, no one would use T1 Cruiser logic. Do you really think so? Do you think so? If they had their range clipped from 66 cam to 50 or even 40 cam, you really think that no one would use it? I think the same people that are using T1 logic would use C1 logic. They'd still be just as popular because it's cheap, as QDT points out. And you still are able to do mostly the same thing that you're able to do right now with that range. Except that if you're taking on a kiting group, you're going to have a harder time dealing with it. It really bothers me. I mean, you have nearly 70 km range on T1 Logistics Cruiser. That's quite a bit of range, man. That's pretty ridiculous range. I mean, that extends well beyond your Tech 2 point range. It's like triple your Tech 2 point range. It's very powerful. It makes positioning a lot less valuable as a game element when you have range of logistics that far. It's less of an issue. It doesn't matter as much if you're land like pretty far away from the fight. You still innately have that range. And it does make damps very popular. It makes them very powerful against logistics that try to use that range advantage. And that's something I appreciate to their range, is it kind of promotes this ability of damps to really deal a heavy blow to fleets that try to use that range advantage, but I still wish it was less. Okay, it's right there. I didn't see it. One thing I've been trying to do recently is yeah. So there's a whole bunch of people in space over here, but there's no combat going on. Whereas there's a fair bit of combat going on in this direction, so I'm going to head over there. Logi equals hard mode while DPS equals easy mode. What? What are you talking about? I'd say running logistics usually is easier than well, no, not really. Most people that are exposed to logistics efforts, yeah, it's definitely more difficult than heading F1 and following a primary. Until you start adding kiting into the game, into the mix for logistics, I don't think there's a lot of skill to running logistics. It's very rare where cap management and module management, other than landing reps on the right target, means anything for logistics. I would say your normal, okay, if you're looking at scales of difficulty, running a DPS ship in a gang is usually pretty low for skill, player skill. Logistics, I would say, is low to medium. Probably medium's probably the skill level. And then when you start putting in kiting and speed focused gangs, the skill level for both of those bumps up quite a bit. Running Logi in a fast moving fleet is very fun and very challenging to me. Do you know of a good station for Gal faction warfare? A good station. So you're in Gallente faction warfare, and you're looking for a station to operate out of? I don't know, man. I'm not actually a part of militia, so I wouldn't know much about that nightmare. What you could do is just open up the map, and then look at who owns what space. So go to sovereignty, and then go to faction warfare, and then see if Gallente Federation owns space. Maybe someone else in the chat to be able to answer you. I wish I could play this, but the time needed to get into it really is just daunting. I don't necessarily agree with that. Compared to other MMOs, I think this game is pretty much on par with most other MMOs for the amount of time you're typically going to be spending at it. You can definitely sink a lot of time, like most MMOs. You can just this game can swallow you whole if you let it. But if you're looking for a casual game experience, you can definitely get away with playing a couple hours during a play session. I think 2 hours is kind of like the usual minimum that people are going to throw in. You don't need to spend that amount of time, but most activities takes a little bit to do. But it's not unheard of, like, if you're going to be doing an activity that's very local to where you base out of a game, like, so if I live in the Asged station, and I want to do PvE, and my PvE is based out of this system, I can get into doing the activity immediately and probably be done with it in, a couple minutes, an hour. You don't need a lot of time to play this game. And you can learn it very gradually. This game is very accommodating to people with tight work schedules, or just not that much time on their hands, where they can only play, say, once or twice a week. In fact, I'd say the skill system for this game works very well for that. You train skills while you're offline. It has nothing to do with your actions in space. It has everything to do with your time commitment to the game, how long you've been playing. It takes much longer to begin to do stuff in Eve compared to other MMOs. Yes and no. Beastovich, it really depends what you're trying to do out of the game. It depends what your goals are in the game. If your goal is to get in a large ship, then yes, it's going to take a very long time. If your goal is a little bit more flexible, like get into player versus player combat, get into doing explorations or doing combat missions, things like that, it doesn't take much time at all. As long as what you want to do in the game, you're flexible enough to fly one of the beginning style ships, like a frigate, like the ship I'm in, you're probably gonna do fine. Okay, that guy went to medium. Cormorant, I'm pretty sure I don't really want to be fighting him. I could probably take him if he's blaster fit. If he's not, though, then I'm gonna have a huge problem. Corms, I believe, have a double optimal bonus and a tracking bonus. I'm pretty sure TD would eliminate the threat from blasters, but rails not so much. I want to just run away from rails. Let's see if he's blaster fit. If he's blaster fit, then I can take this fight. I mean, being able to scale up to use ships well. Yeah, it does. Okay, just gonna immediately activate here and then run away. Yeah, these guys are together. Yeah, Mr. Omike, it is fairly interesting for a game that is touted as being a very unforgiving game, that players these days are very accommodating towards them. They'll give them quite a bit of information. They'll give them a lot of time to help them figure things out. They'll give them like in-game resources to help them get started. It's actually very easy these days to find someone that's willing to help you out. So a Condor is not necessarily something I want to be fighting. I could probably force it off with Tremor. I highly doubt this guy is rocket fit. Rockets is what I want to be fighting. But I do have two options here. I have an MGD I can use to escape. I also have Tremor, which I can use to force this guy off. Let's see, what's my range with... Okay, let's assume first that he's Rocket. And then transition into Tremor when he's not Rocket. And if he has a TD, then I'm going to have significant issues. I'll probably have to deploy an MGD. And then wait down that cycle time to get out. Okay, so he's Light Missile Fit. All I'm trying to do right now is maximize or minimize my transversal. By matching his direction of travel. Oh my gosh. So, I was at about 1x fall off that entire fight. And frankly, it's fairly surprised that I was having such a hard time tracking him. Not super surprised, but I was fairly surprised about that. If Grim had a TD, I'd probably be in a lot more dire straits there. I'm pretty sure that Tremor would still be able to hit him a fair bit. What's the name of the music? Let me get it for you. Have you gotten any rage directed towards you after kill? Usually not, Caleb. It's very rare these days for me to get rage. It sometimes happens. It wasn't even after a kill. I was trying to do tackle for a friend of mine yesterday. And I kept on trying to point this guy, I tackle him, and nothing was happening of it. And the guy got really irate. He wanted to get somewhere else. So he started smack talking in local. But, no, actually, usually the fights that I get are consensual. And more or less both sides tend to be happy, or at least they don't put a lot of smack talk in the local. I see a lot more smack talk when you're in larger gang stuff, where you have a lot more players fighting a lot more players. So if like you have a 25 man fight or a 50 man fight, that sort of thing. That's where you tend to see a lot of people talking in local. Oh, I don't follow that one, Attrition. Is there something going on down? Not really. Yeah, it's already Firetail. Having some fun in it. Honestly, the best fights I've had tonight have been in Firetails so far. Been getting a lot more content in Firetails than any other ship lately. Yeah, MGD. So an MGD, comes in two forms. There's a module you can fit two battle cruisers and battleships. There's also a structure you can anchor from your cargo. What it does is once it's either anchored or once you activate it, the module, there's an activation time, and then once the activation time has completed, you will blink 100 kilometers in the direction that you're aligned. That's the basics of what it does. The only way to interfere with that effect is to use a warp scrambler. So long points, interdiction bubbles, warp disrupting field generators, that sort of stuff. None of that has an effect. You'll go straight through it. So like that Condor, that fight with the Condor I just had, if I were to anchor this structure and I was able to successfully get that down and activate it and finish the activation time, which is a little bit over a minute, I'd be able to escape, even though I don't have an MWD and the ability to catch up to that Condor. It's a very, very cool effect. A very powerful effect. Yeah, when local gets big and there's fights going on, it does look like a Twitch chat. That's a pretty good comparison. It's fairly interesting too. So there's an effect in this game called time dilation. It's an aspect of this game related to the basics of the game. So this game is a single shard. It's on a single shard, game shard. So that means everyone playing right now can meet each other in space. You can theoretically have everyone in the game in one system. It wouldn't really work that well, but one of the ways that the developers of this game, CCP, have implemented to get more people stuffed onto the same battlefield and actually have the game function is something called time dilation, where they literally slow down game time to get more people able to do stuff so the server can actually keep up with action. So they slow down time all the way to 1/10 of normal speed of the game. Now, the interesting thing about this is that this doesn't affect the chat channels. So chat will be flying by. There's no time dilation on you chatting with someone. It's just the time dilation on actions happening in space with your ship. Basically, the MGD is your oh shit button. Kind of, yeah. You can use it offensively, but with that 100 kilometer blink, there's not that many ships that have that kind of lock range. So if I were in a ship that had 100 kilometers lock range, I could pre-lock someone, align at them, MGD at them. If they're like 100 km away from me, I could then land on top of them and engage them. It's very rare for that to happen, but offensive MGDs are pretty cool. It's something I really enjoy. They're very satisfying to pull off. Okay, I just had that comment come up, so I'm gonna go back to this gate here and see if I can locate that comment. I love fighting comments in this Firetail. It's my favorite types of engagement. Federation Navy Comet is probably one of the best T1 frigates in the game right now. This is one of the few ships that can go toe-to-toe with it quite effectively. So evidently this guy is not at a factional warfare site, so fortunately I don't think I'm going to see him in space. Yep, he's off scan anyway. Probably jumped it through a gate. Yeah, it's very rare to see a speed of the time, though. That's true. Oh yeah, warping a battleship TD. Yeah, I mean it can take a minute or so to get across a really big system in a battleship. You multiply the time it takes to do something by 10. Yeah, you could take a shower. Could microwave a meal, get everything ready, clean everything up, come back, and you're not even quite all the way across the system. Yeah, time dilation doesn't have much fun to it, but it does allow for the crazy stuff that CCP likes to parade around, like the 1,000-player fights, that sort of thing. It does make them functional, which for people that care about that kind of stuff, can be it's appreciable. It's a cool feature of the game. Oh, double MJD, yeah, I love doing that too. It's fun. What I kind of wish you could do, I don't think I've ever tried to do this, is literally double MJD, where you activate an MJD from a structure and then activate your local MJD. I'm sure I must have tried this at some point. I wonder if that works. I don't think it works, because I probably would be doing it if that were the case. I'm gonna have to science that. Maybe someone else can tell me for me, but I'm pretty sure you can't do that. That'd be amazing if you could do that. It's like being on the Titanic getting bombed in TD. Oh man. Only thing you can do is just walk away. Just walk away from the keyboard. That's awesome. Oh, Grim, that was a good fight, dude. What are you doing flying around with a whole bunch of heat damage? Don't use that as an excuse in local. I have a bunch of heat damage, but I'm gonna fight anyway. Yeah, okay, guy. You're the one sticking around the Plex. How long have I been playing Eve? Almost a decade. A little bit over 9 years. Actually, I think it's a little bit, about 9 years is the correct amount. Dreamwheel's at a small. Getting pipe bombed by Bricks and Kings is one of my fondest and only good memories of Nullsec PvP. What an interesting thing to say. Oh, it's Tuskers and Co. Okay. Let me dock my links. Oh, I wonder who even the links are. Checking there's links? What? Wait, why are you telling me these things? I'm so confused. Who am I fighting? Is she gonna... Okay. Oh my gosh, that guy is booking it! So he's not linked, but I'm pretty sure he has, snakes. He's auto-cannon fit, okay. Oh, this is so rough. Not having EMP in at start is pretty much killing me right now. And also not starting my rep cycles is killing me. Yeah, he's just repping my damage, no problem. Yeah, I could fight. Ouch. Yeah, I mean that. Oh man, I wonder how it would have done with snakes. I'm pretty sure he was snaked. 2 km per sec with afterburner snake speeds, and he was tanking like a beast. He said he turned them off. I don't know if he actually did. I mean, he definitely looked like he was going snake speeds. Was he snakes plus boost? You go like 1.5 with an afterburner normally on a Dramiel. I don't think he was snaked. Maybe he was. Let's see here. That'd be pretty rude if he had snakes going as well. No, you go nearly 1.6 with an afterburner normally. So with snakes, you go to 2k per sec. He wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't linked. I'm pretty sure he was just snaked. But one or the other. Like the only way for me really to compete with that, for how both of us are fit, I need to be at range from him. He needed to be close to me. He has a very high innate speed advantage over my ship. So what I was trying to do there, given that he was faster than me, so this is my ship, this is his ship, he's chasing after me, he's catching up to me. So pretty much once he gets close to me, I'm just trying to burn past him and force him into a regime where hopefully my TD is affecting the fight. And hopefully I'm going to be in a low transversal situation, so that I'll actually be able to hit with my artillery. I think I only had 2 hits where I hit well with my artillery, and then he repped up immediately. So depending on how he's fit, if he was like an MASB, I might have actually been doing better than I thought. I'm not really sure though. It's really difficult to tell. Man, for how? Yeah, I don't really know. My 9-year experience of even one sentence. Oh, jeez. I don't think I can describe it in one sentence. It's been quite the ride, I guess. I guess that's what I'd say. There's so much that's happened in that time. It's definitely been a roller coaster. So, like quite the roller coaster ride, I guess is the way to put it. How many gates did I go through here? Went through at least one gate that I didn't want to go through here. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely times in the game where I got really burned out, or there's times in the game that I really didn't enjoy what I was doing. I just stopped playing for a while. But I've been playing this game actively for the better part of 9 years. I think all my time away from the game combined maybe comes up to maybe a year. I've been playing this game a lot for the amount of time I've been playing it. Most people that have played this game for this long have taken significant breaks. So it's just been a very interesting ride. I mean, the first 3 or so years in the game were kind of like that exploratory phase, and it was very special to me for that reason. Then the next 2 years after that, I started running a corporation. Probably some of the most fun I ever had in the game was from 08 to 010. I still maintained and had a lot of fun from 010 to 012. 012 and on has kind of been shaky at best. What I loved to do in the game was slowly removed from the game during those years. So still having fun though. Still having fun up to this day. Have you ever been to FC? Yeah, I've FC'd up to probably 100-man fights. I very rarely did very large gang FCing. But when I was doing it regularly, I'd regularly FC like 20 to 30-man gangs. The higher end of those gangs was probably in the 50-man counts. I think I once FC'd a gang that had about 100 people in fleet. It's very rare that these days that I FC stuff, just because I don't really care to learn the new meta where you pretty much have to know how to work with and how to deal with caps. I don't really enjoy that aspect of the game right now. Sewing up your past 9 years Eve. I wish I had more ISK. That's another way to put it, yeah. I heard that is needs more cat girls. Everything needs more cat girls, Caleb. What was removed? There's quite a few things. They removed low-sec missions from being a popular thing to do. When they rebalanced missions, it became more or less more profitable with the when you think about the risk that you have in low sec. Most people will just go to high sec when they rebalance the missions. That's not the case with level 5s. When they reintroduced level 5s, that added another aspect of the game where people can do risk versus reward again, but that kind of get gamed out where you need to have pretty significant assets to really effectively deal with people that do that. They removed stack complexes from low sec. So DD sites, you used to see static 1 of 10s and 2 10s in low sec. They removed those. That was a really cool attribute to the game. Let's see. They added FAC-War into the game, which in the first year or so was a really positive attribute to the game, but it turned into, over time, kind of a negative, given that most activity is now done in FAC-War. It draws most attention, so when you couple in the lack of reason to go to other regions of space, which is where I lived, it really forces a certain type of gameplay to players that want to do player versus player combat in low sec, which is, I really enjoy low sec. I don't necessarily enjoy null sec over low sec. I like the sentry mechanics. I like the crime watch mechanics of low sec. Does it feel like an RTS? It definitely can. It had this. If you're looking for some insight onto what this game can be like, and you're into large group game like PvP, a stream to check out is the Mittani.com. Let me see if I can get that linked for you really quick. So the Mittani.com, one of their regular stream duders is Lastel, and he's a fleet commander for Goonswarm, which is the largest alliance in the game, I believe. He regularly FCs 100-man gangs. He's FC'd like 1,000-man gangs, that sort of thing. And yeah, and it does definitely have like a real-time strategy sort of feel to it, except that instead of pushing buttons, you're talking into a microphone, which is kind of weird. For pure aesthetics, the Tempest is probably my favorite these days. It used to be the Hugin. I really enjoyed the Hugin, but the Tempest is my favorite looking ship. It's my favorite iconic Eve style of ship. I like the skin on it, and I like the model of it. I really enjoy this ship. That is that's the last getting licked. Yep. I definitely don't think nullsec is boring. I think there's a lot more of the PP that I enjoy in nullsec than in lowsec. I really just need to learn how to access that PvP content. There's a lot of solo or small gang guys that focus their PvP in nullsec. There's a fair number of them that base out of Thera, which is the only wormhole system you can go to that has stations you can dock at. And I really think I just need to start kind of basing out of there. Or at least using Thera as an access point to other regions of space. I haven't really done nullsec stuff in a number of years, and I really should be getting back into it. It's one of the few areas of space for PvP that I think bigger ships like this have a place. Favorite Titan appearance? I don't think I've ever had a favorite Titan appearance. Probably the first couple times I've seen them. There was one engagement where in Molten Heath, some duders dropped a Titan, and I warped in a triple Myrmidon, and the Titan put me down to like 10% structures or something before I could warp off. That was back before they made the Titan really bad for shooting subcaps. Titan used to be really good for killing things. It had very good tracking in comparison to Dreadnoughts. Yeah, the Vargur's pretty cool too, yeah. I'm actually really fond of the way the Tempest looks. The Vargur's pretty cool too. I'm very fond of the Tempest. But the Vargur has the coloration pattern for Minmatar Tech 2 that I really love, which is like this darker, kind of polished, non-rusty sheen to it. The orange lighting, I fucking love. It's pretty rare to see Minmatar ships that look like this. The Vagabond kind of used to look like this, which was awesome. It had like a darker look with blue, but I love this orange look to it. Orange is one of my favorite colors, so it just gets really good marks in my books. The Munin also looks this way, and I believe the Claymore does as well, I think. Or no, it's the Sleeper I'm thinking of. The Munin also looks cool. Not quite as dark, but it still has like those orange colors to it, those dark colors to it. Take out Tempest. I took one out today, earlier, and I did not get some good PvP with it, and it's very quiet right now, which is a really bad time to take out a Tempest. I'm not going to be taking out a Tempest, sorry. 60% of solo PvP these days is just farming Brave. It's not necessarily solo either, it's just like your rapid lights, only one person was able to get onto that particular frigate. The broadsword looks awesome, yeah. It's been a very long time. I used to solo in broadswords. Oh man. I had a lot of fun on the broadsword back in the day. Oh, it's very similar to the Minin. Just has more blue lighting. That's pretty cool. A lot darker. That's neat. I hope you keep posting your streams on YouTube. I keep missing streams. Slayer, pretty much the way you're probably going to see it, man, is every week or two, I'm going to be uploading like a whole batch of them. I'm going to be probably spending a fair amount of time either tonight or probably tomorrow morning, doing a bunch of rendering and stuff. So you'll see more content, but it takes upwards of 4 hours to render a video. And then it takes like another hour or so to upload it to YouTube. So as you can imagine, it takes me a long time to go through that stuff. And I'm not doing anything other than taking out the audio and putting in the proper audio for the stream. So let me just say, rendering a 3 to 4 hour video is kind of a pain in the butt. But yeah, you'll be seeing like the streams for the past week or two going up. I'm also going to be moving over my footage from FanFest and rendering that stuff. I have the stream roundtable that occurred, and also the Cold Pizza broadcast, except for the first day, which sucks. But the remaining 2 Cold Pizza broadcasts that I'm going to be uploading to my YouTube as well. That's awesome, Grim. Yeah, I'd love that. What was your in-game name? I should have you from local chats. If Joe Dixie didn't fuck that up. I'm really happy that the Tuskers guys are back around, or have moved over to Minmatar Space. That's awesome. Tuskers give a lot of solo PvP. There's Grim. Yeah, Slayer. I mean, I'm also looking. At some point, I was really inspired by Big Miker his latest PvP release. The content he's getting in his battleships is really cool. So I'm going to be trying to do a lot of what Micro does. I think he's nailed battleship metagame on the head for what you need to do to be competitive. So I'm going to be trying to do a lot of that. I'm not going to be doing that on stream. You're probably not going to be see me doing a lot of battleship stuff on stream unless I'm in a gang. But I'm going to be trying to kind of get similar content to what he's doing, record that locally, then doing a PvP highlight video. That's something that I really want to do. Yeah, Ping, I just joined YouHurt. I think I've been there for like about a week, 2 weeks. Hey, Baki. Start it. Of course, Twitch decides to log me out. At the exact time I don't want it to be logged out. Alright, let's log in. Let's see, do I have my password here? I hope I do, because I don't remember it otherwise. No, I might have to restart my Twitch password. Shit. Oh, no, I got it right on the first try. Damn. That's a miracle. I was trying to remember my password like for a solid 10 minutes this morning. Let's see. Damn, okay. Anyway, I was just looking to see if there's anyone else streaming right now I can flick you guys over to, but I'm pretty much out of steam, guys. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. I need to get some food. Could you link your YouTube? Yeah, just for anyone here that's kind of new or kind of new to Twitch TV, most streams have info below the stream. So if you're on a website, if you're on your phone, you're kind of shit out of luck. But if you're watching from a browser like Firefox, Chrome, if you scroll down, there's a whole bunch of info about the stream. I know a lot of people don't realize this, but it's there. So, like, you have my kill board, you have a lot of the music sites I use, stuff like that. So, there's a whole bunch of info down there. Just waiting for you to find out, explore, and discover. But, guys, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I'll try to get a stream in tomorrow, probably a little bit earlier in the day. I got a lot of chores out of the way today, so I should be able to do some stuff tomorrow earlier, some stream stuff tomorrow earlier. We'll try to get some bigger ship stuff. I might try to get like a YouHurt Roman, or maybe a Public Roman. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But I want to get in some bigger ship stuff, which always means I need to be in a gang. So I will see you then. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. Twitter's probably the best way to follow stream. Twitch messages tend to get eaten up or not delivered. So follow on Twitter if you can, if you're interested in updates. Other than that, guys, I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Until then, fly reckless. Peace.